relationship right there. That's not a relationship between. Uh,
It's not loving.
yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just looking. Yeah, I'm just looking at the side conversation, and I think are we talking about completely two different things here?
That's common. Usually have almost two conversations, often three or four conversations going on at once.
I think that's completely fine.
And I wanted to mention earlier, sort of asked about a topic. A thing that I've sort of stressed about this, and Ruben can back me up on this, is that our group tends to kind of shoot from the hip. Conversations, topics usually develop organically based on who's here. We just do our best to maintain a civil and intellectual environment where people can discuss ideas openly, even if they disagree. That's really all the best you can do.
My mic works, doesn't it? You guys can hear? Oh, excellent.
Yes. I was also talking about the philosophy of trials and tribulations. I honestly don't know what an alternate explanation to that would be, but I really don't like the explanation of the evil in the world being a trial from God, because I see many theists being okay with it, but I'm not, because I feel like if God loves me, why does He want to try me? Like, why does this have to be the condition of our relationship? Because I'm trying to humanize this relationship in a way. I'm trying to look at it from a human point of view, and I'm like, if I had a relationship like that with my mother, it would be classified as an abusive relationship. If my mom would intentionally, I don't know, put me in the middle of a tornado or inject me with some lethal virus, and say that, son, I'm only trying you. Once you get through this, you're going to get my blessings. I'm going to write off a share of my property to you. I'm going to buy you a car. I'm going to you are a disgusting monster. So I don't understand how people in Muslims, especially, when Muslims would go like, God is a loving Lord, and He's only trying you, etc. And Muslims would try to talk about, if you're being tried, you should just say Alhamdulillah, praise be to God, and move along with it, because through your trials, you're going to get more blessings. And I just feel like, this is a weird trade-off. Like, I intentionally have to be harmed if I want to be blessed, even though I never ask for it. That's like you walk into a shop and the shopkeeper hits you and then gives you something in return, even though you never asked for either one of them. It's like, oh, I never wanted to be blessed in the first place, but God wants to shove His blessings down my throat. So before He does that, He's trying me. And I'm like, God, I asked for neither. I just wanted a simple, stable life. You're the one who's trying to shove all your blessings down my throat, and in order to see if I'm worthy of your blessings, you're putting me through all these trials. I didn't ask for either. I was just looking for a simple life, a stable life, and you just have too much hope and ambition for this relationship.
Well, I can speak from my perspective in Hellenismus, but also from other polytheistic traditions, which are animistic, polytheistic, and they generally don't have the same kinds of absolute views of deity, absolute views of the world, a linear sort of creation. Usually see the world as ultimately eternal and existing in cycles. And though the gods are divine, they're not absolute, and they have, or at least they are expressed in ways that are more finite. At least that's the way that we sort of perceive them. But there's a general ethos that's typically portrayed in a lot of these older pagan mythologies, and that's that humans are not the center of the universe. Evil, good, neutral, somewhere in between. these things just exist in the world. The world is sort of animated by various different spirits and various different forces. And to, like an ancient Greek or an ancient Egyptian, expecting these forces to have this specific purpose, a specific meaning for human beings, would have been considered ridiculous. And in some instances, particularly with many of the Greeks, it would have been considered arrogant, hubris, the sort of idea that we're so important that God would go out of his way, or gods would go out of their way to try us for this or that or whatever. And generally the view was, and this was kind of how devotion was to whatever deity or deities you worshipped, you would change yourself or do certain things, perform certain rituals, engage in certain traditions and mysteries and philosophies to reach a point of understanding of what the gods are and what they're about, instead of expecting the gods to come down and do things for you. And I find it's interesting, this particularly modern view of deity in general, but particularly these polytheistic mythologies where they literally think that Zeus or Apollo or Hermes would go out of their way to bestow particular blessings, when generally that wasn't the case. And I've made this quotation a couple of times. There's a saying in ancient Greece. It was an unknown author, and it says, "Hermes will help you get your wagon unstuck, but you must push." And that was a view that was held by many ancient peoples for centuries. Just think it's interesting contrast to what you're saying.
In Judaism, there's not really, or in the Noahide, what I know, there's not really. I mean, all things, yeah, even the evil would have to come from God, but the purpose of trial would be for soul correction. It's to become a better person, to learn from mistakes. To, if you don't learn from them, you can't correct your behavior. And you have to, it's a very internal thing, I think. Maybe this is how I see it, but that seems to be the general teaching, is that the whole trial notion is there that would allow you to become a better person next time, if you will, to learn from it. It's supposed to teach you something.
Absolutely. But this general view was held even by these pagan peoples, with the Greeks. And you see echoes of this in East Asian, particularly Shintoism and Buddhist culture, this sort of idea of ritual impurity, what the Greeks would have called the miasma. And there are many things that could have caused a person to become miasmic in that sense, to become impure. Crossing certain boundaries they shouldn't, not considering certain things about particularly their physical and mental health, and that can be interpreted in a variety of ways. But the general sort of ritual context was something called katharmos, which was rituals for which you would purify yourself again and retain what you had of your genuine pious eusebia, which is ritual piety, eretia, which is your personal excellence. There was all these sorts of things that the Greeks were concerned with, and it was to maintain the foundation of self, to maintain the foundation of the home, to maintain the foundation of family and of community, and that was through the maintenance of pure and genuine devotion to the gods. So this idea that there are things that you can do in error, and it's kind of how sin was viewed, particularly in the ancient world, was to fall short of expectations, to go too far above or too far below the mark. Like when you're firing an arrow at a target. And it's largely how these people viewed it. So I do think it's interesting to look at these contrasts, and Fahim, this is basically what a lot of times we end up talking about, is these nice little comparing and contrasting and seeing how different spiritual traditions are very distinct, and in ways that their differences are actually quite subtle.
The whole missing the mark, that's very Jewish. There you go, Fahim, you're talking about teachings crossing cultures and religions. We just found one.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that teaching crossed cultures quite a bit with the Stoics.
I
Jewish
think
people actually respected the Stoics as a result of that.
I think missing the mark is actually the definition of what a sin would be, according to the Jewish tradition. That is like the literal definition of sin. I'm not sure what the Jewish word is. I got it from a Christian friend of mine, and they say that they retain that definition even for Christianity. When it comes to Islam, though, it's a bit different. I think in Islam, sin is doing something that is against the nature of God. For example, there may be a question that can God lie? And we know that one of the names of God is Al-Haq in Islam, which means the truth. So in order to say that, in order to ask, can God lie? It would be similar to asking, can truth lie? Which itself is self-contradictory, because you're like, Al-Haq, the truth. Can he lie? Can truth lie? It's like, well, if truth lies, then that's not like truth anymore. It doesn't make sense. And then you'd have like another of his name is Ar-Rahman, the most merciful, or mercy incarnate. And you're like, okay, can God be cruel? And that's like saying, can Ar-Rahman be cruel? It's like, can mercy be cruel? So that also is very contradictory. And I think that the Islamic definition of what sin is that it's the base attributes of God.
Yeah, you cut out there just a little bit for a while. Sometimes it'll go.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Nothing you can do. It's
also the thing about the connection. The Wi-Fi in this room is really bad. I'm using the internet in another room, but that's occupied right now. So I'm here. So in that room, it would be around at 5 bars. Over here, it's like around at 2 bar or 3 at most. So I'm gonna get cut off a few times.
You should look into a Wi-Fi repeater, the device that you can buy in your home, and you plug it in, and it will bounce the signal and enhance it in different areas of your home. You need to find out where your lowest area of signal is, so you can bolster that area in your home. They're usually about 40 bucks. Not too
expensive. Would be here in this room.
Yeah, Abern made a good point. A bridge is also a decent one. There are different devices that have different specs, so do your research and look into it, but it's definitely worth it.
I think going to Aberrant.
Joined the room.
Yes, I joined the room.
So Aberrant's thesis of mercy cannot be just. Can I get an elaboration on that? If that's okay.
They're opposites. To show mercy is to forgo justice. Well, to forgo harsh, negative justice. I guess positive justice wouldn't contradict mercy.
Severity.
Oh, now you're talking Kabbalah. Mercy and severity. Okay.
It's by clemency.
Yep.
I think it goes back to a parable of an Islamic figure, Imam Ali. Have you heard of him?
Who's this?
Everyone in this room, I'm pretty sure has heard of him. Imam Ali. He was a cousin and son-in-law of the Prophet.
Oh, okay.
So Imam Ali was once asked that if you had the choice to either be merciful or just, what would you be? And he said, I would rather be just, because in a just society, there would be no reason for anyone to be merciful, or there would be no room for mercy. Because if a society is just and equal and fair, then no one would need mercy. Everyone would have an equal opportunity to live live fairly and in live fairly in an environment that is safe and secure and gives everyone the chance to succeed. And no one would need mercy in a society as such. That might be an over-exaggeration. I'm not entirely sure if he was right, because even in a just society, uh, there would be issues. What if somebody is disabled? Or what if somebody is yeah, being disabled would be the foremost argument against that. What if somebody is physically disabled? How can, because he is talking about everyone having the equal opportunity to succeed. We're not just talking about punishment over here. He's talking about like an entirely just society where everyone, it's not just punishment. It's that everyone has an equal opportunity to succeed and live a safe life and a successful life and a comfortable life. Um, and that's, over there, it's no longer a matter of punishment. Uh, it's rather a matter of how would a disabled person live a successful and comfortable life if he's too disabled to work. Because you need to earn money, you need to have resources in order to be comfortable. What if you can't afford that because you can't work because you're physically disabled?
I always consider philosophical absolutes to be suspect, and I don't think they're very useful as far as sagely wisdom is concerned. I think it's a lot more honest to talk about your own personal perspective and what has motivated you spiritually than it is to try to broad brush many of these sort of subjects. They don't always work. There are always exceptions. I mean, there's this concept of taking exception. In even the most perfect society we can imagine, there is always going to be instances where you have to take exception to certain individuals, and that's largely why our word for the perfect society in Greek, utopia, means no place, because no such place exists, at least not here.
That's what utopia means?
Mm-hmm. No place.
Is anyone over here an expert on Hinduism?
Not anyone in the room at the moment. I know a little bit
Okay.
about it, but not a whole lot. It's a very diverse tradition.
I figured. As far as I know, it is not just one religion. Hinduism literally means, like, it was literally a category to list multiple different traditions within the Indus region. So it constitutes of a lot of ancient Indian religions that existed. I think a few thousand years before Jesus was even born.
Well,
If one believes Jesus existed.
Well, there's something to bear in mind, and I could use this with various different cultures. Certain ones, obviously, a little bit more well preserved as far as the historical record is concerned. But if you look at some of these prominent ancient societies, the level of diversity that we see with Hinduism is definitely, to a certain extent, present in many of these ancient cultures. So I don't sound like a broken record. Let's mention a different culture. Ancient Egypt, the intense amount of variety in Egyptian religion, both historically over various centuries, politically, depending on which pharaoh was in power, within specific regions of Egypt, within specific classes of people within Egypt, is so diverse that there almost seems to be the lack of connections to these various things, that they are almost separate religions. But the reason why Hinduism is a sort of complex of various different religions that are ultimately connected, for the same reason as Egyptian religion is because they have foundational philosophical contexts. They have things that are consistent in all of these religions. And I'll use a very simple and prominent example in Egyptian religion, Mayat, or what some people call Mat. M-A''A''T. She was a goddess, but she also represented the cosmic order of Egyptian religion. Very important to Egyptian religion as it stood, And so many of the other things that were talked about, whether you were talking this mythology or that mythology, or this head deity who was prominent at this time, or this head deity who was prominent at that time, they all conformed to that basic foundational philosophical element. It was the pillar of Egyptian religion, the thing that they were most concerned with. Whether you're talking the weighing of the heart, whether you're talking about the exaltation of Pharaoh, or you're talking the building of the pyramids, or the structure of society in general, they all conform to that. And Hinduism, in the same sense, is bound by Dharma. Many of the Dharma religions, hence why we have that name, are bound to this concept of either reincarnation, transmigration, these sorts of ideas of the soul going through particular journeys in relevance to karma, in relevance to specific spiritual, I guess you could say, rules. That's largely why they're so connected. Say also linguistics and history, etc.
The reason why I asked is I'm not entirely sure whether it was Hinduism or Buddhism where I heard that they describe the ultimate, because the ultimate reality of the universe cannot be explained by, like, you can't say that the ultimate reality is like this or like that, because the ultimate reality resembles nothing in three-dimensional reality. It's nothing that your mind can imagine. So they call it nothing.
It's untenable.
Yeah, and I think I was thinking about that when you were talking about utopia. Utopia literally meaning no place. I think it goes back to that similar idea that this place, you just can't imagine it because you haven't seen anything like it. Normally, if you can imagine something, it's probably related to something that you have seen, in the sense that you want to picture something, and I tell you to picture it, and I'm like, yeah, picture a square with the red ribbon stripes over it, and a leather velvet covering it, etc. I'll give you directions, and you'll try to picture it using things you've seen before. So I think it was Buddhism. I'm still not exactly sure. But the monk who was describing it, after he comes back from this state of higher being, after he comes back, one of the students asks him, what is it like to be at that he see? What is his ultimate reality like? And his description was, it's like nothing. And the student was like, nothing? What do you mean nothing? And I was like, it's like nothing. It's a blank space? He's like, no, a blank space is still something. It's space. It's not a black void, because black is still something. You can still see it. It's nothing that you can see, hear, smell, feel, etc. Your senses cannot describe it. It's beyond the three-dimensional spectrum of sensation. And it's nothing. And I think it's similar to the idea of utopia, where you're like, what is it like? Is it like where people can't die anymore? Even that is, that's still not perfect, because people can't die, but they can possibly get hurt. I think I saw this TV show called Torture, where they explore this idea over a story of that TV show. I think it was an entire season where they explored this idea where nobody dies, but they can still get hurt, and you'll have people blown alive and they're still alive. They're not dying, and the Earth is being overpopulated. People are being injured. The hospitals are being filled up, etc. And it goes on and on and on, but nobody's dying. So that definitely, it cannot be utopia, because you'd have overpopulation, you'd have lack of resources, people are going to be starving, but they can't die, and they're still feeling the pain. That would, in any ordinary circumstance, kill them and end their misery right there. So that's basically my question of why heaven never appealed to me, in the sense that I really can't imagine this perfect place. What's it gonna be like? Like, what am I fighting for? People go like, oh yeah, you're fighting for heaven, You're gonna be there in the presence of God and eternal bliss. And I'm like, I can't imagine it. If you want to motivate a kid, you tell him finish your homework and you're gonna get ice cream. And the kid knows what ice cream tastes like. So the kid's like, yeah, I'm gonna finish this homework so that I can get ice cream, because the kid knows exactly what the kid's getting. But I don't know what I'm getting. Like, okay, heaven. What's this heaven like? Like, what do I get in heaven?
Sure.
My 72 virgins. I can get it over here, I guess.
Might take you a while.
But you know what I'm saying? It's like what is this entire fight of good and evil, fighting your temptations, keeping the rituals, keeping the law? What is the end goal? And if somebody tells me that the end goal is heaven, then I would be like, why would I want that? Because I don't know what exactly it is.
Sure.
I am practically fighting for something that I don't know if I'm even gonna like it or not.
Well, I mean, there's this idea that was transmitted, and you see it echoed in various traditions, that the sort of other world, the underworld, the sort of realm of the dead, was a realm beyond human concern, beyond all worldly concern. And it's particularly the case with the Greeks. Their sort of view was, we don't really know exactly where you will go. We can think of what places are likely. So you had different realms. You had Tartarus for deplorable, horrible, evil people. You had Elysium for the just, the virtuous, the exemplary, the heroes, these kinds of people, and even different realms within Elysium. And then you'd have the Asphodel Meadows, which were for people who just were not very interesting. I mean, people who were unexemplary, who didn't really try in life. And you have aspects of this present in other religions, but ultimately you really see it with the Egyptian religion, with the weighing of the heart. And this was echoed in Greek religion as well. A sort of idea that what you did in life was measured in death, that you had to live with in whatever realm you went to, or however long that lasted, with what you did in life. So there was definitely this idea of, we don't really know what's going to happen. So the best thing to do right now is to focus on your life, being excellent at what you do, focusing on your family, devote yourself to the gods, and enjoy what is in the world, and not focus so much on what happens after death. I think this morbidity with death would have looked to the ancients as very unhealthy.
I like that philosophy, and I think Judaism has a similar concept, because I don't know how many of you guys are in Abraham's Tent. It's another Facebook group. In Abraham's Tent, you'd often see many Muslims. Abraham's Tent it's an interfaith for Jews and Muslims. You'd often see the Muslims asking the Jews on the group why Jews never talk about the afterlife. Do they not believe in the afterlife, etc. So, like, every 3 days or so, you'd go onto the group, you'd log into Abraham's Tent, and you'd see a question from a Muslim that says, do Jews have a concept of heaven? Do Jews have a concept of hell? Do Jews have a concept of the day of judgment, etc.? And the answers are always the same. Yes, we believe in all those things. We're not obsessed with them. We believe in them. We're not obsessed with them. We know they're going to be there, and it's all in the afterlife. And God has something prepared for all of us. He's just. He's going to take care of it. But we are not obsessed with that. We are just here to follow the law, to live a good life. And the concept of hell definitely is there in Judaism. That's where the word Jahannam in Islam comes from.
Jahannam.
It comes from Jahannam from Judaism.
The waste.
But Judaism won't go out of its way to describe the circles of hell and the specific punishments of hell. And you see that a lot in Islam. I mean, it's not even there in Christianity. If you want to go through Dante's Inferno, the poem written by Dante Alighieri,
right?
He's taking citations from the hadiths, from the narrations of Muhammad.
Absolutely.
It's not in the Quran. It's not in. It's most of it's not even in the Bible. It's definitely not in the Quran. It's mostly from the Hadiths. Some of the Hadiths are authentic. Some of them are not. But when you look into that, you're like, man, these guys are obsessed with hell.
It's apocryphal. It's folk
like-
religion.
There is a scholar of Islam, I think his name is Ibn Hajar or Ibn Hazm, I'm not sure. It was either one of those two, who wrote an entire book. And I read the translation. It's a 300-page book that has every quotation, every narration, and commentary about hell. And I'm like, this is obsession. This is unhealthy. Like, you had this man who basically sifted through thousands and thousands of pages of Quran verses and the Hadiths and multiple different narrations from people across the land, and he compiled them together and he provided commentary on it. And it's all about hell. It's 350 pages of hell. That is a morbid obsession with punishment. It's a friend of mine described it as sadistic. You know, I think to a certain extent, this person was reveling in the divine punishment.
Absolutely.
He was proud of it. He was like, yeah, this is what my God is going to do to the disbelievers.
Well, a lot of these people were politicizing punishment. It's sort of the people that they didn't like. They're sort of dissidents, if that makes sense.
Agreed. It's a great way to keep people small.
Absolutely.
Keep them scared, keep them frightened. And he will torture you publicly to prove it.
Well, people were doing this throughout history in every religious belief. Every sort of culture, there was elements of this sort of aspect that were discussed. Somebody wrote it down, and somebody was trying to promulgate it. It's human nature, my friend.
But it's unhealthy. I mean,
It's
I read
very unhealthy.
that book, and I'm like, how did this person even sit through? Because I'm just reading it. I'm not traveling across the land collecting all these narrations. I'm just reading it, and that's depressing to me. And no one's ever written a 300-page book describing heaven. It's all about hell, and I think that is what Muslims are very obsessed about: the hell and punishment, and less about the good things. And obviously this not only hell, but what leads to that. There is another book. This is one by Ibn Kathir, and this one's a lot smaller than the other one comparatively. It's around 200 pages, and it describes all the events that leads to the end of days. The wars, the famine, the deaths, the diseases, people killing each other, this smoke rising from the east to the west, and a great fire. And I'm like, how do people even sit through all this? But they do. You know, you have entire lecture series on the end of days by a Muslim speaker. And there is an obsession with the after, because Islam has this concept of selling your earthly life for the afterlife, and that's very different from the Jewish concept and the concept that you mentioned. I'm not exactly sure what religion you were speaking for over there, but I liked that concept. And Jews have a similar concept of enjoying your earthly life and hoping for the best in the afterlife, because God always has something good for you. Instead of, you know, the other opposed to the idea of selling your earthly life for the afterlife. Because one of my Sufi friends, for example, was telling me that Sufis, in order to be a true Sufi, you must always be scared and sad. When people laugh, you cry, because you know everything's going to end. And you know, you're not supposed to reach a stable point in your life. People in this world, they reach a stable point, they have their families and their friends and their job, and they don't evolve after that. But as a Sufi, you're always supposed to do the opposite. If you reach stability, you're supposed to sacrifice that stability and, you know, give it up, become poor, do something that is very outlandish. An example of that would be Imam Ghazali, who he became a lawyer and then a jurist. He was very rich. He wrote books, and then at a certain point of his life, he gave it all up and he became a janitor in another country where no one knew him. And he lived there for 6 years. And then he came back and he was spiritually replenished. And I'm like, that's a morbid concept. Why would I want to do that? I love my family. I want to spend time with them. And I enjoy what I'm doing with my life. I enjoy whatever job I'm going to get through it. I want to teach personally, become a professor of philosophy and religion. And I'm like, you know what, I'm probably going to enjoy it because I used to be a high school teacher at one point of my life, and I enjoyed that. I liked interacting with my students. I liked interacting with my friends, my family. I liked, going out with my friends on the weekends. Why would I want to give it up? I wasn't doing anything bad.
Well, it's so hard to find. It's so hard to find that level of comfort with friends and family and good hobbies, a decent job that is comfortable and pays the bills. And you should definitely be able to take comfort in that. I agree. To sort of touch on what you were sort of asking in a sort of sense, at least probatively, what I was speaking to is my spiritual path, which is Hellenic polytheism, which is also called Hellenismos, or in an academic sense, I'm basically trying to practice as best as I can ancient Greek religion. It's technically, in modern terms, a form of neo-paganism, but it's a part of a larger movement of neo-paganism that's called Reconstructionism, or polytheistic Reconstructionism, which is doing its best to take these older societies, and with good history, good archaeology, good physical anthropology and linguistics, trying to do our best to take what is actually essential to these belief systems, bring them into the present, leaving behind those elements of baggage that have no business being in the modern world, and having a good core practice to follow that is authentic to a specific culture, or maybe even a specific syncretic culture. In converse to a lot of the more modernized and eclectic versions of similar beliefs that I'm sure you're probably already aware of. Welcome. It's good to see you again.
In your personal belief system, is it? Do you actually take these gods and goddesses to exist literally?
I think that's a sort of loaded question, so I'll do my best to answer it in as simple a terms as I can. They exist, and they're distinct. But it's important to realize, and this is the case with most of the indigenous ethnic religions, polytheistic religions in particular, that both there's never only one mythology. It's generally just that one or a few mythologies have only really survived into the modern day. So there are many different interpretations of creation myths, of the lineages of particular deities, or whatever. And two, probably the most important thing, myths are not literal. It's symbolic. It's meant to portray the essential essence of these deities in ways that are easier to teach. You have to think of it this way. A lot of these ancient indigenous forms of polytheism, even much earlier, were transmitted orally. And if you're teaching your children to understand these gods, one of the best ways to do that is to use symbolism. Because really, what is a myth other than a very grandiose fable? Now, it's no different than talking about various different animals that are sort of portraying these various archetypes, or using certain symbolisms and lineages and aspects and bells and whistles to describe the essential nature of these deities that people interacted with over centuries and thousands of years. So there's some very distinct differences between polytheistic religions and the Abrahamic religions, and arguably with some of the Dharmic religions, which become a little bit more doctrinal. Polytheistic religions are orthopraxic, meaning that their primary focus is on the correct how do I put this? Correct actions, correct rituals, process, general framework to which to practice a religion, not specific doxia, which is beliefs. Orthodoxy, from the Greek, means correct belief. correct fealty to a specific religious identity, which didn't really exist in the ancient world. Even our concept of religion didn't exist in the ancient world. You had ethnic traditions. You came from a specific culture, and that was your tradition that you carried along because that was the culture you grew up in. So a lot of our modern concepts of religion applied retroactively don't work. They just do not make sense when you're looking at these ancient cultures. Not to mention, particularly with ancient Greece, we're talking 2,500 years ago. I mean, that's a long, long time ago, with languages that are no longer spoken, with cultures that no longer exist. So it can be a very sort of difficult matter, which is why I said earlier when I was discussing what Reconstructionism is, that it's a very dry subject, that this kind of pagan, a neo-pagan, is somebody who really loves history and loves to study and loves to learn languages and likes to really get into the nitty-gritty of what these ancient cultures were actually about and bring it into the modern day. I hope that explains as best as I can.
Yes, it does. It most certainly does. It was quite vivid, actually. I was sort of picturing what it might have been like 2,500 years ago. Uh, Obviously, it wasn't very accurate because most of it would be inspired by Hollywood, but I tried my best.
Absolutely. Well, I think it's important for you to mention, though I don't speak for all neo-pagans, I don't even speak for all Reconstructionists or quote-unquote traditional polytheists like myself, but I don't really harbor an intense ill will towards Abrahamic monotheistic religions. I have my own particular perspectives and biases and opinions about what I consider monotheism to be from my perspective. But there are some certain things that I've come to understand about history where I'm able to give them a break. Perfect example from your tradition. A lot of what I understand about my religion, about Greek religion, was preserved in the golden age of Islam. Particularly the philosophical schools and the mystery traditions, the Neoplatonic, Pythagorean, Orphic tradition, Hermetic tradition, were preserved by well-intentioned and scholarly Muslims who decided that they were worth preserving. Similarly, you see this with Celtic mythology and Norse mythology by various Catholic monks existing in Northern and Western Europe who decided that it was important to the historical record to preserve these aspects of folkloric tradition, which, if they didn't do that, many of us modern pagans and polytheists would not even have our traditions in the first place, or would have a much harder time doing so.
I completely agree with what you just said, in the sense that as much as you don't harbor any ill feelings towards Abrahamic religions, it's not the other way around for me either. I have nothing against pagans, but many of my co-religionists would. A few days back, I'm pretty sure you've seen ISIS destroying the Babylonian staff. Yeah, you see where that comes from.
I know a lot of Semitic and Mesopotamian polytheists who practice in private, and seeing some of these what are essentially sacred statues. One of the largest ones they destroyed that is immovable because it's so heavy was a Lamassu, which is basically the Babylonian equivalent of the Gothos daemon or the Roman genius. These were protective spirits of the home and of temples. They were meant to stand watch, protect the sort of general spirit of a location. And they were very sacred to most of these ancient polytheistic religions. Very important to the household cult in particular. Sometimes the Lamassu were also called the Shedu, which it has a very similar etymology and context. You see echoes of this in Egyptian religion. You see echoes of this in Norse religion with the Landfites. Very, very similar concepts. Nephoi, Daemones, all these like general spirits of land, because ultimately polytheism is animistic. It recognizes that there are many spirits that exist within the world. Jinn, that kind of stuff. So seeing that made me very sad.
Yeah, and it made me upset because the people that you mentioned who preserved the Greek traditions, they were Muslims. And now we have Muslims who are destroying the Babylonian traditions and their culture, the remnants of their culture. And they're people of the same, they're sort of people who claim to be of the same faith. And that goes to show how different people can be even within the same pigeonhole. Like you can't, somebody can't claim to be Muslim, and you can't gauge their characteristics from that, because no two Muslims are ever going to be the same. On one hand, you have Muslims like Imam Ghazali or Ibn Sina or Ibn Rushd, who reveled in their understanding of Greek philosophy. They preserved it for generations to come. And then on the other hand, you have Muslims like Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, who's doing the exact opposite of what his ancestors would have done. Because he's from Baghdad, by the way. Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, as the name goes, he's from Baghdad. Baghdad is where you had Baitul Hikmah, the the house of wisdom, where you had all these Greek traditions preserved in the first place. It's ironic he's from that very same city where you had Greek traditions preserved, and now he's doing this, which is the exact opposite of what his ancestors would have done.
It's
And
really sad when you get down to it, but there's a long history in Mesopotamia that I think is valuable to understand. The Babylonians and the Assyrians ultimately had a sort of what I would like to call an imperial monotheism. With the Babylonians, their head deity was their sort of hero deity, Marduk. In Assyria, it was Ashur. And Ashur in particular is very much a part of that ancient world because the symbol of Ashur looks very similar to the core symbolism used in modern Zoroastrianism. It is a sun disk with wings and a male figure who is a hero, who is a warrior. That basic symbol was the symbol of Asherism, which, as I wanted to mention earlier but sort of spaced out, is very much the Mesopotamian equivalent of Atonism. It was a sort of, at the very least, monolithic kind of polytheism, if not full-blown monotheism. And there are some fringe elements who have suggested that that is actually the true monotheism of Syria, of modern Syria, though that could definitely be argued, and some of it is borderline crackpot, to be honest. But it does lend credence to the idea that in the area, in the various Semitic and Mesopotamian Near Eastern cultures, that there were these sort of monotheisms, there were these nationalistic, imperialistic sort of ideas that were disseminated within religious contexts that definitely reflect how many of the monotheistic religions have developed. The aforementioned Judaism, Islam, Christianity, Zoroastrianism, as well as the various Gnostic religions, like the Mandaeans, the Manichaeans, modern Sufis, Gnostics, and there's just a whole plethora of different monotheisms that sort of get swept under the rug. And one of the things I also wanted to mention, if I can, I know I'm running running my mouth a little. When you were talking about how ISIS is affecting Muslims, and arguably a lot more than it might actually be affecting the West, it's not just affecting mainstream hardline Muslims. It's affecting a lot of these fringe Gnostic groups. A lot of these societies of which many of their religions only exist in several thousands, if barely 100,000 people, and many of them are diasporic, hiding in different Near Eastern nations from the persecution of these extremist groups. So I think that's something that needs to be brought up, that needs to be brought to light. It's not just them attacking, middle-class British people or Frenchmen or here in the States with the sleeper cells. It's affecting people in that country right now. People that have barely been able to survive thousands of years of oppression.
Kevin, if I may interrupt you, as much as I love you, I would really appreciate it if you wouldn't say ISIS and you would say ISIL. And I know that's really, silly because you know that I don't use Greek prefixes for comedic names, but it's driving me insane. So. Okay,
I'm going to give a little background for those playing the home game. My friend here, who I love dearly, Isabella, she's a Kemetic polytheist. She practices Egyptian religion. And for respect to her, I'm going to call Isis Isil, because Isis is a sacred deity to her religion. So out of respect, I shall do so. Thank you for bringing that up. We are an interfaith group, and we definitely take religious tolerance seriously here. Not to mention the fact that the term ISIS is more of a sort of Anglicization of a group that doesn't even use that language to describe itself. So it actually is more accurate to begin with.
Yeah, their name is originally Daesh, which is
Daesh.
Dawlat al-Islamiyya wa Shams, the Islamic nation of Shams, or the Levant. But I personally don't like that, on the other hand, because I don't consider them Islamic. So
Let's just call them extremists. Let's just call them terrorists. That's what they are. Because they don't represent the core of Islam, of what it's actually trying to portray, or what it is in its best day. So let's not give them the benefit of the doubt.
Can we call them Daleks?
Daleks? I like that. That works. That makes me laugh.
They resemble human Daleks to me. They're very much within that range.
Yeah.
But yeah, as Reuben said, when Muhammad was putting together this Islamic nation, people wanted to be part of it. They weren't scared of it.
Mm-hmm.
Islam in its true form wouldn't be scaring away people. You don't have to agree with the doctrine or the dogma. But as you said, Islam in its core beliefs, yes, its doctrine and dogma is anti-polytheistic. But as a social construct, it isn't. Because as a social construct, it tried to take ideas from everything, like every culture that it came across, which is why you had so many various forms of Islam. For example, the Islam that I grew up practicing in Bangladesh, it's very different from somebody who's a practicing Muslim in Pakistan, and they're like just one country apart.
Or Indonesia.
Or Indonesia, yeah. And Indonesians would be a little more conservative, I'm guessing.
Mm-hmm.
Pakistan would be very ultra-conservative. Saudi Arabia is just, conservative ultra-conservative is actually an understatement to term them.
Oh yeah. And we give them a pass, which I think is really unfortunate.
But then you have Turkey, and Turkish people are more secularized, but they're still Muslims. So as you can see, like Islam, it can, like any other successful religion, it has the ability to absorb the culture that it comes from.
You're breaking up again, my friend.
Hello?
I can hear you. Keep talking.
I'm sorry. I think I got cut off. I couldn't hear myself. Everything froze. Yeah. So I don't believe that the Daleks represent Islam in its true form, or they don't represent the core values of Islam. Maybe doctrinally they could be Muslims. Even I would argue against that, but let's give them, the benefit of the doubt. Okay, fine. Doctrinally, do they pray? Do they believe in God? I guess yes. But as a social construct, no, they don't. Because here's a very easy example. Iraq and Syria were not originally Muslim countries. Islam started off in the Arabian Peninsula, which means that for Iraq and Syria to be Muslim majority countries, Muslim caliphs before the Daleks came about would have had to conquer them. And yet when they conquered them, they didn't break these statues or these idols, whereas the Daleks did. So it just gets to it just goes to show that these people, they think that they're better than their predecessors, the Muslim rulers that came before them. Because, for example, Islam, the Islamic caliph Umar ibn al-Khattab, the second caliph, Egypt was conquered during his reign, and yet he didn't order the Sphinx to be destroyed. And the Mughals, who were also Muslims, they ruled over India. The Mughals didn't ask the temples and the statues of India to be destroyed. And you have multiple others. In Jordan, from their time. And Jordan is now a Muslim majority country, which means at some point in time, a Muslim ruler must have conquered the place. And yet those statues and idols and those paintings and etc., all of those things still remain. It's only now that this new extremist group, they're doing all these things that Muslim rulers of the past didn't even think of.
Well, largely what is the problem with Islam right now, within the extremist factions, is very similar to what is the issue here in the States, with the Deep South. There are imams in Middle East right now who don't even know their own holy text. They have a derivative and primitivistic, uneducated understanding of the very doctrine that they're supposed to be promulgating. So they're spreading ignorance, which becomes enhanced by more ignorance, which becomes enhanced by more ignorance. And obviously there are inherent militarizations, politicizations of this sort of extreme Islam, which just ends up denigrating itself. That becomes a festering pustule in the Middle East, in the same way that we see with these extremist groups living here in the United States, who are set on the idea of a 6,000-year-old world, who are completely anti-science, who are completely anti-progress, who want to oppress everyone within their power to do so. So it is, like I've mentioned before, when we were discussing this sort of aspect of these people with a neurotic, borderline psychotic obsession with death. And I could have mentioned before the sort of obsession that Dark Ages and Middle Age, or the Middle Ages European people had an obsession with the passion. It is crazy, but it is ultimately an aspect of human nature. An unfortunate aspect, but an aspect that is very real, that has repeated itself throughout history.
Am I actually incorrect? Ruben just informed me that I was slightly incorrect with the Egyptian analogy. Apparently Muslim rulers, Ahmad ibn al-As, more specifically, did order some of the smaller pyramids to be destroyed.
Sure.
So I was slightly incorrect about that. But the general point still remains that the larger temples and statues were not broken and they were left untouched. The point I'm trying to make is that it's absolute irony that Baghdad, which was built on the foundations of Greek philosophy, has given birth to this man who is now leading these group of extremists that are out to destroy everything that Baghdad stood on in the past, back in the 1200s. I mean, this was a very crucial part of Baghdad's history. And it was built on Greek philosophy. And now these people, there were books that were burned in the libraries. The only books that remained were books that they allowed to remain. Most of them would be Islamic books, etc. I don't even know what they mean by Islamic books, but okay, anyways. They only allowed a certain category of books to remain, which means they burned books on philosophy, history, and you were talking about a 6,000-year-old Earth in the United States. You'd be surprised to know that the Daesh, they support a similar idea. They have made it illegal and made it a crime punishable by death to teach children about evolution.
You know, it just makes me think of what happens when radical politics become inserted into religious belief. Whether we're talking really ancient religious belief or we're talking more modern belief. Almost in every single situation when something becomes politicized, you end up getting this level of tyranny, this level of aggression and terrorism. And I just think that we need to be honest about it. We need to look at it for what it is and lay it out on the table instead of walking on eggshells. You know, and I think there are people out there, at least in small doses, who are trying to do that. But I think we have a pretty long road ahead and it's going to be really ugly within the next few decades. I really hope that more of us step up to the plate and reject these ideas in a way that is actually honest to what's going on, instead of meeting the politicization of this sort of radical Islam with more politicization from the perspectives of other religious beliefs, which is not helping the perspective. If anything, it's just adding more fuel to the fire.
Hmm.
And that's what you get with these people you mentioned earlier, with the extreme religious right, getting scared with this Islamic element, or pseudo-Islamic element, which in some respects are kind of doing what they've been doing for a good long time. So
Yeah, I mean, they would get along perfectly if you were to just talk about values between them. Both of them support the idea of not teaching evolution, teaching creationism, teaching what do you say, anti-abortion, death to homosexuals,
yeah,
etc. On and on.
hyper patriarchal sort of, pseudo
Yeah. Both
religious
of them would agree when it comes to just values. If they were to sit down together and write a book of law, they would probably get along very well.
Let's hope they never get along. Let's just hope that the rest of the world is able to really call them out for the BS that they're sort of trying to disseminate.
The way I see it, it's the Cybermen versus the Daleks.
Yeah, I gotcha. I think.
Are we the only Whovians in this? Never mind.
Well, I wouldn't consider myself a Whovian, but I do like to educate myself on geek culture, largely because I participate in a lot of those kinds of groups. And I cannot deny the cultural influence that Doctor Who has had for a number of decades. So having some working understanding of it, I think, is valuable. So
Hey,
I think
love
your reference
Doctor Who,
works.
for the record. You guys are just talking a lot.
I gotcha.
I'm so sorry. I'm gonna shut up now. This is my first one of these these interfaith conversations over here. So
you're doing just
you'll have
fine.
to excuse me.
I think
This
it's
is a good
to have
conversation.
the new people speak more, because, I mean, we all know kind of where the rest of us are coming from, but we don't know you yet, so it's good for the group, I suppose.
Well, I would be lucky to know where I'm coming from, because my views, I wouldn't say they change. I'm not like super indecisive, but I am ever open-minded to learn more. And normally, I have my personal beliefs, but I also try to take from others rather than just sit with my own. So they constantly evolve. One day I would be like, I started with a very staunch Sunni Muslim, and then I became more open to Shia Islam. And at a point, I was thinking of becoming a Shia Muslim myself. But then, eventually, I decided against it.
Did he break up, or was it just me?
He's been breaking up a number of times. He has a Wi-Fi connection.
You just don't know if you want to start your own conversation and wait while he waits to get back, or what. But yeah,
You just
this
wait a
happened
little
couple
while,
times.
let them come back in, and then you get them to reiterate what they had said. This happens all the time, and sometimes it's not just the fault of the Wi-Fi connection on the individual. Sometimes it's the server. We've had some serious issues with Google on a number of instances.
I personally have serious issues with Google, and I would first blame my internet provider. They're probably the most likely the problem. But I do have some driver conflicts with my system and the interface here. Like I'll change settings and they won't change.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll be going along, and like mid-conversation, what mic I'm speaking through or what speakers or making sound come out will change. It'll catch up. And I don't know what causes that, but yeah, seems to be dropped.
Yeah. Just to catch you up, Farhan, Fahim is an open-minded and flexible Muslim. So
Okay.
we've had some very good conversations over the last number of minutes. So
Before we got cut off, you were saying something that I went through, which is that I'm Sunni, but I also went through like a very Shia phase, and I have some Shia books over here too. And I think he's back.
yes.
Yeah, I went through a phase where I really looked into Shiism, and I used to go to like Shia masjids and stuff like that. And I'm still cool with them. Actually, there was a bombing outside of or not outside, in a Shia masjid in Pakistan, and I was gonna go to like a Shia masjid with a big sign that said "We're sorry." I got sick. I didn't go. That was the only reason I didn't go. I swear. Otherwise,
I understand.
done.
It's unfortunate, but things like that happen all the time, and it's not just Islam. I've dealt with a number of that.
The Sunni Shia issue is that Sunnis won't criticize any of the first three caliphs, whereas Shias do that a lot. Sunnis see, well, they don't see them as infallible, but if you were to have a general conversation, they would talk like the first three caliphs were infallible. If you were to, criticize them in any way, you would be considered a blasphemer. Now, not every Sunni is gonna act like that, but most Sunnis will always, they would be very wary of criticizing any of the first three caliphs or any of the disciples or companions of Muhammad. On the other hand, Shias will look at the companions and disciples of the first three caliphs as historical figures who can be criticized. Sunnis will see them as these perfect theological figures like Jesus, figures like Moses, whereas the Shias will see them as historical figures, and they won't be wary to criticize them. Some of those criticisms can be very harsh, but then the Shias will treat the progeny of Imam Ali and Imam Ali himself, the son-in-law and the cousin of the Prophet, as if they are infallible. So, like I said, same problem but different face. The Sunnis, for them, the disciples and the companions cannot be criticized. For Shias, it's the Ahlul Bayt, as they call them, the progeny of Imam Ali and Imam Ali himself, who cannot be criticized. But me, objectively, I'm like, no, all of them can be criticized. Even Muhammad can be criticized. Even Jesus can be criticized. Everyone, historically speaking, can be criticized, because these were historical people, not just theological figures. They were human beings, and for them to earn that level of respect as an infallible theological figure, I will I will look at them under a critical lens. And by criticized, I don't mean negatively criticized. Criticized means looking at people in a critical way. I need to clarify myself over there because I'm getting a question right now. Looking at someone in a critical way, as in, was he really a prophet? Was he really divinely inspired? What are the proofs? What are the evidences? I will need to look into that. I won't be like some 6-year-old who's being told stories of Muhammad by his grandmother, and I'm just going to accept it.
Would you, from both of you, sorry.
Yeah, for me, he's a historical figure who I would see under a critical lens. Everyone, not just him.
Would you both say that there is some, for lack of a better word, analogousness between the relationship of Sunni and Shiite to the relationships between Catholics and Protestants during the Reformation?
That was more of a theological dispute. The Catholics and the Protestants. It was more of a doctrinal dispute. That they believed in certain things that the Catholics didn't. Catholics believed in certain things the Protestants didn't. The Shias and Sunnis, it wasn't exactly theological. It was more of a historical thing. Shias would see, for example, Shias would blame.
Could I complete?
There are no evidences that
You broke up again. Fine.
ever happened. People say that. Am I being cut off again? I'm sorry. I'm just
A little bit. Bits and pieces.
Okay. Is it okay now?
Looks like it.
All right. So Sunnis would conflate, perhaps, the figure of Umar ibn al-Khattab to the point that, he has no faults. But that's not the case with all Sunnis. Some Sunnis would do that. And it's a very logical reaction because Shias would come up with all these faults about Umar ibn al-Khattab that you just wouldn't see are there. So they both have their biases. Shias would go to the point of making up stories to make Umar ibn al-Khattab look bad. Sunnis would go like high and low to protect him to the point that they'll say stuff like that. They say Umar ibn al-Khattab killed the daughter of the Prophet Muhammad. Some even say that his daughter, Hafsa, who was one of the wives of the Prophet, she killed the Prophet. Some go as far as to say that the two daughters of Umar ibn al-Khattab and Abu Bakr, Hafsa and Aisha, both of whom were married to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, both of them poisoned the Prophet. This has no historical basis. This has no historical evidence. They just came up with this because, like I said, some of those criticisms can be very harsh and without any basis at all, simply because they just don't like Umar ibn al-Khattab as a political figure. You don't like the opposition leader, you come up with absolute crap about them that has never happened. Exactly what Reuben said. It's just most of it would be like traveling around by word of mouth. It's like 100 years after Barack Obama has passed away. We're living in like the 2100s, and a bunch of right-wing people are telling their kids that Barack Obama used to burn white people alive, something like that.
What it seems to remind me of, using a Western correlation here, is the relationship that certain Christian denominations would have with classical theologians, like Augustine, for instance, or even various writers of specific, like how we've often viewed Dante and his work with the Dante's Inferno being clearly not of the Bible, but often echoing certain folkloric views of Christianity during the Middle Ages and into the Renaissance. Not necessarily figures within the Holy Text itself, but figures who had specific philosophies on how the religion should be structured and how the religion should be practiced, more than, like I said, the particular figures. I don't know if that's accurate, but I would like to hear what Farhan would have to say. He's been a little quiet here.
Okay.
I know, I've been letting Fahim carry the conversation. I came late and...
I understand, but I don't want you to feel like you're left out.
Do you want me to talk about Shia Sunnis, like history kind of stuff? Is that what you're asking? I stepped away for a second. Actually, I'm scanning some documents, so I'm here and there. But
well, it's up to you.
No. What were you saying? I just want to hear what...
Me?
What was the last thing
I was just going to say something along the lines of... I was actually going to say it's like how right-wingers will view Reagan as an infallible politician who did everything that's look at him as everything that went wrong with the world. But you know that neither one of them could be true. If Reagan is as bad as Democrats make him out to be, then the U.S. would have collapsed and ceased to exist during his time. On the other hand, if Reagan was as good as the Republicans make him out to be, then the U.S. would have been at the pinnacle of the entire planet and never fallen from that, because perfect things don't fall. But you know that neither one of them are true. Yes, he made some questionable policies. Yes, he made some beneficial policies. Neither one of them is an absolute... neither one of his sides is an absolute good or absolute bad. He's a combination of both. You know, he's just a human being. He's another historical, political figure. But then you have these dogmatics, right-wingers and left-wingers, fighting over the character of this man, and some would say that the left, for example, sees him responsible for like screwing up the United States, and the right will see Reagan as this American patriot hero.
We're back. Fahim?
Yeah, I'm done. I was just waiting for somebody else to speak up.
Oh, I kind of cut off, so your last point perhaps was mixed up.
Oh, I said that I was basically saying that how the people on the right will see Reagan as like Captain America in the flesh, and people in the left will see Reagan as the Antichrist.
Yeah, no, that's very true. You're pretty much spot on there. Actually, what I like about you, Fahim, I've been listening to you, is that you actually like. I mean, I'm going to praise myself here. I think I do the same thing, which is like you genuinely see both sides of positions, and my upbringing has been one that I've almost been forced to do that, to look at different views constantly. It's yeah. Can I give Fahim? Do you mind if I give a history of like Shia Sunni stuff?
Oh no, I wouldn't mind because I've been talking ever.
Okay, he broke up again. I just heard I don't mind, so I'll just start rambling. So basically, like the way that it began was that I'm giving you a Sunni narrative, so just keep that in mind. But I don't think it's that different than a Shia narrative. That basically there was a excuse me, I'm gonna cough a little bit. There was just Islam theologically. Everyone was Muslim. There was no different groups and whatever. And what happened was that there was a government that was in place. I'm gonna again, this is a Sunni narrative. There was a government that was in place that started to go corrupt. Excuse me, and it kind of reached a certain point, and it became like simplifying the story. It became oppressive, and started to oppress people and really oppress and put down like a lot of the true Muslims and the righteous people and so on and so forth. And the people and they just became about family and collecting money and kingdoms and blah blah blah, and that continued on for a while. Then what happened was there were people who wanted to get rid of this oppression, and those people were in different categories and different groups here or there. They were basically just united on the fact that they wanted to get rid of the oppression. It would be like a political party, you could say, and those people. You could say like formalized or consolidated around the family of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and that started the Shia group. Meaning these are people who the word Shia means party or like group or allegiance or whatever, and these are people who opposed the oppression that was going on in the world, and they wanted to start their own movement, and they called themselves the Shia Ali. Meaning these are the party of Ali. These are the ones who support this oppositional movement against the government. The government was extremely oppressive against them, extremely repressive, and they killed a lot of them, and so on and so forth. It's interesting because within all people kind of agreed that the government really was bad. But what Sunnis would argue is that this oppression that was happening to these minority groups, these or rather political minorities, and perhaps they were even majority, they were just oppressed by the government. Became insular and became like secretive, and over time developed their own ideologies and own theologies that over time, again, Sunni narrative, that morphed into becoming hardcore, like obsessed with the family of the Prophet ﷺ, who all Muslims see as like righteous people, but they took it to the next level because there was some political impact behind that, and over time that gradually evolved into Shiism. So it's almost like it started off as like a political thing, and over time, because of the oppression they were suffering, morphed into a separate religious movement. And even to this day, like this is my theory, that Shia-Sunni conflicts, they're obviously there, but they can to a certain degree be reconciled. But it's actually the political disputes that really divide the world, because it's actually like the current conflict in the Middle East, if we want to talk about it, is basically Sunni versus Shia, politically, not even religiously, politically, it's like that. And if it wasn't for politics, the Shia and Sunni would be like, yeah, we're cool. They wouldn't even know the difference, half of them. That's my rant.
I mean,
That's all.
many of these sectarian issues I see have these very reactionary elements to them. One of them would be Shias, for example. You see like people like the extremist Salafis or Wahhabis who would often go like, oh, you can't say Ya Ali or Ya Hassan or Ya Hussein, that's shirk. And then the Shias would go like, oh, you think that's shirk? I'm going to do it even more. So, like, they would overdo it at that point, you know? Because normally they would use Ya Ali or Ya Hassan or Ya Hussein. They'd use that as sort of like a chant,
Like a rally cry.
yeah, sort of like a war cry. But then eventually it bleeds into their rituals, into their like I would go to their majlis and they're speaking in a khutbah and suddenly everyone goes together, Ya Ali, Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad, and I'm like, you know, I understand you're doing Durud of the Prophet and that's commendable, but now I don't even feel like you're doing it for the sake of sending blessings to the Prophet. You're doing it for the sake of pissing the Salafis off. You're like, oh, you think it's shirk? I'm gonna do it even more.
That's funny.
Yeah, it's like a child. Who like, I'm not gonna throw up. Just watch me do it. It's gotten awfully quiet, guys.
Yeah, because I think your thing was messing up a little bit here and there. We were hearing you speak, and then it suddenly went off.
Yeah, no, I was basically saying like how it's like a kid, you know, who's like the kid's parents tell her that you can't eat all these chocolates, it's gonna make you throw up, and then the kid goes like, oh, you think it's gonna make me throw up? I'm gonna eat all these chocolates and I'm not gonna throw up. Just watch me do it. And I just feel and then the Salafis, as a reaction to that, would pass all these fatwas like, oh, if you hear any one of them say Ya Ali or Ya Hassan or Ya Hussein, their blood is halal to you, you can shoot them or kill them, etc. Now, it doesn't happen everywhere. It happens a lot in Pakistan, though. Like, in Pakistan, you're like, oh, you hear them say Ya Ali, blow up their mosques because their mosques have become a place of fitna, and it's not a mosque anymore. It's an unholy place, and it should be destroyed. And you're just, you know, they're fooling each other to hate each other.
I would say that's like a political thing almost. It's like a pseudo-political like breakdown of society kind of deal. Like irrational.
It most definitely is political.
Yeah, it sucks.
In Pakistan, it's definitely political.
Are you Pakistani?
No, I'm
Bengali,
Bangladeshi.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
Bangladeshi,
just know.
yeah.
Yeah, I just know what happens over there because it's like right next door.
Keman aছেন?
Bhalo.
ভালো আছি। আমার নাম ফারহান।
আমার নাম Fahim.
That's the extent of my Bangla. That's it right there. I'm done. I can't.
That's good enough, I guess.
Yeah, I just try to know little words here and there, a couple words here and there.
Is Vladimir Putin a communist over here? Oh no, wait. I'm mistaking you for somebody else, I think.
Yeah, Fahim, you sound somewhat similar to me. I'm not too dissimilar from a lot of stuff you've said. Yeah, I was gonna say you sound kind of similar to me in some ways. Some of the stuff you said, how you went to like Shia Majalis and like you wanted to see what they're all about, and you see, oh my, the camera messed up. You see, you try to look at different perspectives and so on.
Yeah, it's like I would be sitting in a majlis and they'd be talking, and suddenly like at first they would start slow. Like the imam would say something, and everyone would chant together, Muhammad. They'll start slowly, like the Imam says something that has a response. But as time goes on, let's say the khutbah is running like an hour long. At first it's going to happen like every 10 minutes. But then after the half an hour mark, it starts to happen like they're going to do it every 5 minutes. And then towards the end, they're going to keep on doing it to the point that the Imam stops talking and they're repeating it on loop. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad, Ya Ali. They're repeating that on loop. And at that point, I'm like, okay, this is, it's no longer a khutbah. It has now become a zikr session where they're just repeating Ya Ali over and over again. And it just seems reactionary. It's like they're sort of trying to flip off the Salafis who are labeling them as mushriks for doing this. They're like, oh, you think we're mushriks for doing this? We're going to do this even more as an act of rebellion against you.
I was in Saudi for Hajj, and I was at Jannat al-Baqiyah, which is like for those who don't know, it's like there's two Islamic holy cities, not really three, but two in particular, and one of them is Medina, one of them is called Mecca. I was in Medina, which is like the city of our Prophet. He lived there and so on, and he opened up a mosque there, masjid called Masjid al-Nabawi, and then right next to that there's a cemetery, and it's like almost you could say like a holy cemetery, if you will. Like a lot of famous people are buried there, and I was going there, and I was walking around, and you meet different locations and whatever, and while you're there, you kind of like ask God for stuff. You raise your hands and you ask God in traditional like Islamic manner, like this. You would put your hands, and I happened to be doing it in a cemetery, and people would be like, "Yo, what are you doing? You got to stop doing that," and tell me to stop. It was funny. I was like, I'm not doing shirk. Like, أنا أسأل إلا الله ليس أحد القبور. So. لا أسأل إلا الله. Have you seen the Sufi thing do Allahu? What is that? I don't know what that means. I've never.
Hajiullah? Have you seen the Sufi do Allahu? Oh, Allahu! Allahu is literally like, oh Allah. It's, I guess.
Oh yeah, like Allahu, like that. I've seen that in person. That's some really weird stuff. There's only one tariqah that does that. It's the Naqshbandi Haqqanis. There are different types of Sufis, and there's one called the Haqqanis, and they do that. They're the only ones who do that.
Yeah, I have a friend who's a Naqshbandi Haqqani.
Oh no, where do you live?
I live in New Jersey.
Yeah, I knew it. I knew you were in Jersey. Is your friend by any chance? Is his name Yursil?
No, his name's Usman.
Does his last name begin with an S?
No, his name's Usman Haidar.
Okay, I know. You probably shouldn't have said his real name on the internet.
Usman Haidar is like I wanted to initiate into the Naqshbandi Haqqani, but then I didn't get along with one of their philosophy when they were sort of like trying to explain what it is like to live the life of a Sufi. He told me that the life of a Sufi is whenever you're comfortable, you're supposed to give up that comfort and find something that's gonna make you miserable.
That's only them.
It's like when everyone is laughing, a Sufi should be crying. So like
no, they're the only ones like that.
And he would give me the example of Imam Ghazali. He's like, oh, Imam Ghazali, when he was a jurist, and he gave it all up, and he became a janitor in a country where no one recognizes of his spiritual fulfillment. And that's how a Sufi lives. So, like, I was telling him about my future plans. I'm like, yeah, I want to become a professor, go back home to Bangladesh, have a family over there. And he's like, no, 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 no. You should do something that should make you miserable. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, he's like, once you've reached that point of your life, don't get comfortable, don't get stable, try something different. I'm like, try what? He's like, I don't know, go to India and become a janitor. I'm like, no, I'm not gonna do that. And he's like, well, if you don't do that, you're like, you're not showing your love for Allah, because love for Allah comes through trials and misery. And I'm like,
No.
I don't think I can do this. I don't think this is what I'm looking for.
They're the only ones that do that kind of stuff. Everyone else is like that I've seen is normal. They're the only ones like that. I'm not even like bad mouthing though. I'm just saying they're the only ones like that. A lot of weird stuff like that. I used to roll with them too.
So what's everybody been talking about? I had to step away for a bit. How's everybody? Good to see other people in the room too since I've been here. What's up, Farhan?
Howdy, howdy, howdy.
We've been talking about everything. We've gone talking about Sufis to Shias to Sunnis, to why I didn't become a Sufi or why I didn't become a Shia, and it's basically like all over the place. But we're just talking about different views of like different historical and political views of Islam.
Cool.
As I scan documentation.
Is this documentation you can share with the group?
No, it's my mom's bank statements. She,
Definitely has something you can share with the group.
Yeah, she keeps everything in paper and hard copy, and I'm trying to scan it all because she has like reams of it, and I'm going to scan it all and then put it into a database. So she can look it up easy. Does that show up on screen? No, it doesn't. Okay. So I had a internet back and forth exchange, if you will, with some conservative, like really hardcore conservative type people on Twitter. And by the end of these conversations, I always try to make things like nice, and it always ends up working that way. Most of the time, I should say. Because I throw in little things to like ease the tension. It never fails. Like the lady was like, "Hey, listen, I don't live near you, but unless you're one of those, what did she say? If you ever come into town, I'll buy you a beer." I was like, so that's my goal. Like in any like argument I get into, is to always end it like that.
That's good.
You say no thanks and can have the money instead?
Pardon?
I'm kidding.
I didn't hear what you said.
You say no thanks. Can I buy you a beer? You say no thanks, but can I have the money instead?
Oh yeah. I should do that. Anytime I get in an argument with somebody, I try. I mean, I don't always succeed, but it's my fault most of the time. But I always want to end it on good terms. Just to make things happy.
Hermine, how you doing this fine evening?
What's up, Friday?
I'm doing okay. I got some laundry to do. And I'm going to wash for my trip.
Where are you going?
Cali. I'm going back to Cali.
I'm going to Cali as well. Seriously. When are you going?
Wednesday.
I'm going on Thursday.
Oh, really? What are you going for?
I have to. It was part of my work, and I'm also meeting some friends while I'm there. I'm going to the Bay Area.
Oh, okay, I'm going to be in LA.
So, actually, I was like, hey, I should stop by and meet Nadia. But
Wow.
No, I won't have time to do that. But I was like, I should do that. I mean, I'm sorry.
That'd be great.
Yeah, she's really negative though, man. Like it kind of gets me. The most negative person I've ever met in my life.
That's
She's
pretty
down in the
accurate.
dumps, that's for sure.
Pardon?
She's down in the dumps.
Like, I don't know, man. I don't think she should be. Like, I think it's kind of ignoring. I mean, I don't know. I guess I do it myself too when I'm kind of sad, but she's got a lot going on for her. I think she just needs to look at the positives.
I'm gonna head out now. It's 11 over here. I have to help out my younger sister with her homework.
Good to meet you.
Coolio, man. Nice to meet you.
You're cutting out again, my friend.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, I said hopefully I'll see you guys next week, perhaps? Is that how it works? Do you guys do it like every week?
Every week on Monday, 6:30 to 7 o'clock p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
Cool.
It's good to meet you, man. Have a good night.
All right. It was great talking to you, all of you.
Thank you for showing up.
No problem. All right then. Good night.
Good night.
Adios, amigo.
So I'm trying to idol smasher follow the Noachitic commandments and honor thy mother, and try to scan all these documents. But this is really a lot of work. This is like several month assignment actually that I'm going to be doing. All these different bank statements, literally like 10, 15 years of paperwork. I'm probably just going to scan a couple pages a day. I don't know why I'm rambling this on internet chat room, but.
Hey, I'm trying to find out how much interest I've paid on my student loans, but security's so good I can't get past it.
You should not look at that. You will want to kill yourself.
Yeah.
I can tell you
should've
how much I paid in 3 years. I can only imagine how much you've paid.
I should have gone with public school. I really should have.
Did you go to a private school?
Yeah, I went to a private school.
What'd you study, if you don't mind me asking?
I got a bachelor's in business under supply chain management and business operations.
Nice, business ops. Cool.
Guns. Oh, I shouldn't say it. We're on air.
Yeah, you can say what school I went to. A lot of people go there.
No, I mean, I wasn't
guns.
asking you where. I was just asking you what.
No, but yeah, Hermione, she knows where I went to school.
Okay.
All about basketball.
Yes, that's what we play basketball. That's what we do well at my school that I went to.
I'm in undergrad for med school, and that crap's expensive. I can only imagine what med school's gonna look like.
Can I ask, based on your accent, where you're from? It sounds Slavic to me.
No, it's pretty close, actually. I'm Romanian.
Hmm. Cool.
Howdy.
Are Romanis, are they Slavic or Romanians?
My computer hates you, so you broke up. What did you say?
I was going to say, are Romanians Slavic people? I know they're Eastern European, but I don't know if they're... You guys border Ukraine, right? I think so.
Yeah, some of them. I'm actually Romanian, so I'm actually Gypsy, and then I'm actually Native American as well, because my parents are weird.
You're the first Gypsy I've ever met in my life. That is amazing. Oh my gosh, hey, let me ask you a question. Gypsies are Indian, right? Like initially they're Indian. So can you count for me in Romani? Because I said Romani on accident, but I was like, the Romani and Romania, they're different. Like, I'm stupid. But you're actually Romani. Can you count for me? Because I've heard, I've read actually that it's the same as a South Asian language, and I can understand that. I'm so excited. Oh my god.
I'm glad that you're so excited. Okay. That's weird. I don't usually ask to get asked to count, but sure. I feel like I'm talking to my 5-year-old. All right. It's Jek, Dui, Tren, Shtar, Panch, Shov, Ofta, efter, nench, and dek.
Okay, so let me try to say it. Okay. So if you don't mind, I'm going to say one in Urdu, and you can say it in, which is a North Indian language. Okay, ek, and say one, please.
Jack,
Do,
dui,
teen,
tren,
ek, do, teen, char,
star,
panch.
panch,
Oh my God. Ek, do, teen, char, panch. Che,
shov.
sat,
Oh god, now I can't. Okay. Shov, efter,
sat. I think it's art.
ofto,
Ek, do, teen, char, panch, sat, art. No,
inenja,
and then thus.
dek.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there were some that were different, but the first several were like very clearly. You know what? You're an honorary Indian. As a Pakistani and an Indian mix, you're an honorary.
Check him out, man.
I'm sorry. I'm not even joking. Like you're like the first Romani I've ever talked to, and I've read about you people. So.
I don't know if I should be scared or honored.
No. I'm just no. That's cool. I really don't know much about. I'm very interested in ethnic groups, and I've heard gypsies, and you hear these stories and whatever, but I've never actually. You're literally the first person.
That's what he's trying to tell us, is that he's a geek. He's a geek for history and language like me.
I do love it. Let me show you guys a book I've not been reading. I don't know how to put it, but it's like the breakdown.
Not been reading? Oh, I see.
I bought it and then I read it and then I have to do something. I've been really busy the last couple of weeks, but on like the breakdown of Yugoslavia, and so like that's why I saw the accent and I've been reading about this stuff. So, anyways.
Have you been reading at all about the Caucasus?
I have read one book on the Caucasus, but I own two.
Such a weird area, man.
In what respect?
It's not really European. It's not really East Asian. It's not Southeast Asian. It's not Semitic. What the fuck?
They're their own people. I've read about. Yeah. I have two books on Chechnya, and I've only read one of them.
Yeah, there's a whole host of different folklore there. The languages are very different. The genetics of the people in that region are very distinct. It's very unique. So it's really, really fascinating subject matter. What I've barely been able to sort of scratch the surface of being an English speaker, because there's a lot of things east of the Rhine that if you don't speak some kind of Slavic language, you have almost no contact to. You have no resources from which to study.
Yeah.
So it's fascinating stuff.
Yeah. I mean, and I guess it's basically become Russianized, hasn't it? Or what is the word when they convert?
Slavicized.
Slavicized, is that what it's called?
Yeah.
No, I do love. A couple of years ago, I was like, whatever, I'm just like an American culturally, whatever. But then I started to really, really like and appreciate like cultures and languages and whatever. And I'm not like an expert or nothing, but I just I think they're really nice and I love learning about them.
Absolutely.
I have the same thing. I am really into linguistics. Of course, it helps that I'm Romani and our language we kind of steal from everyone. We're like, oh, this word's Hungarian and this word's Indian and this word's derivative of Latin, because we're just like, no, we're just gonna take all the cool words. Pretty much how it's gonna happen.
You guys are a mix. You guys are a mix, aren't you? Like very much so. Are you guys discriminated against? Like I've heard stories that they're not treated very well in other, just overall in Europe.
Would you like the strongly worded long version of this, or would you like the short and sweet version of it?
Let's go with
the long one. I like hearing you talk.
Yeah, I would actually like to hear the long one, but I don't want to bother
them. Yes. I did a video several years ago on YouTube, and I was really frustrated. But to make a very long story short, pretty much from us leaving India, and kind of it goes that the Drom, or the original Roma that went from South India or Northern India, there's a lot of debate on that. When they went through Africa into Egypt, and then from Egypt up into the Mediterranean, and then through the Mediterranean down back into Europe, Pretty much we've been discriminated from every country in every time period. So much so that Elizabeth I made anti-Romany laws. Isabel and Ferdinand made anti-Romany laws. Even up to Nicolas Sarkozy. I have a long rant about Nicolas Sarkozy, but the short rant is about 2 years ago, Nicolas Sarkozy paid other countries, 3 years ago I think, Nicolas Sarkozy paid other countries to take the Romani. He literally put the Romani, yes, on planes and paid other countries to take them.
Wow.
Up until 2002, it was illegal to be Romani in the United States without authorization and paperwork. In Hungary, Moldova, Macedonia, and several other countries, if you are a female and you are Romani and you are pregnant, they will not give you any type of medication for delivery until you sign sterilization paperwork. So yes, there are still lots of problems for Romani.
That's pretty. Can you send me the link? I'd be interested to watch it if you don't mind.
The link to the video?
Yeah, if you feel comfortable sending it, that's okay too.
I'll see what I still have. Hold on.
Did you make it west?
Wait, I don't understand. Why is that the case?
Why what?
Why are... Man, y'all ain't black folk. Why are you having such a hard time?
Because they're an ethnic minority group. It's like any other ethnic minority group in diaspora is treated like crap.
It's more than that. You have to understand that a lot of societies over the last several thousand years have become increasingly more agricultural and more metropolitan. Mm-hmm. And when you have a culture that has become defined, at least through its circumstances, to be more nomadic, to be more or less outside of the general social structure that we've conceived, where specific nations and specific cultures have a point of origin that they stay in for centuries even. Yeah. It's difficult. I mean, there's definitely very real reasons for the ways that you just described that ethnic minorities are discriminated against by default, unfortunately. But the Romani are so different in the way that their culture has been constructed over the centuries that they've had increasing amounts of discrimination that many other groups just don't have. They just have not gotten, and it's really unfortunate.
A lot of the reason that we have as many problems as that we have is because culturally we're very different. We don't have the same. We don't have the same laws. The Romani have their own laws. We call them kris or krislisi. Which basically means that every government that we've ever tried to trust over thousands of years has ended up screwing us royally, including Nazi Germany, the United States, France, Ireland, England, Spain,
what did we do?
Italy.
What did we do? I didn't know this.
It's not so much what the United States does, it's what the United States doesn't do. That bothers me the most.
What are they not doing? If I may make so bold.
I'm sorry?
I was just saying, what happened? I didn't know. I'm like, come here to the States, but I didn't know that there was bad blood. I didn't know what happened.
I live in the United States, and I still have problems. Like the house I live in now, I actually have eviction paperwork because they found out I was Romani. And in the state of Kansas, because it is...
God, are you serious? This is America. We're not supposed to do that anymore.
Arhan, you can't hear what you're saying when you yell. It doesn't come through well.
It's so loud. When you talk, it like blows everything. You peak the meter completely.
Sorry.
Here it is. Yeah, that is a little nuts, man. Are you like an undocumented Romanian? Is that
no. My mother is American. I was born to an American mother and a Romani father.
For Pete's sakes.
So I'm an American citizen by all accounts. But yeah, even though technically in the United States they're not allowed to discriminate by race, my cousin was visiting, And the Romanis have big families, and we're our families are different. They just are. And one of the ladies from the office saw my cousin was here, and she threw a huge fit. My cousin was here 3 days, and she said, you have somebody staying at your house. I said, she's just visiting. She's leaving this weekend. It's not a big deal. And then they were doing some other things, and she asked me, she was like, oh, are you gypsy? And I said, yes, I am, because I'm not ashamed that I'm gypsy. I'm proud as shit. So I said yes, and then a week and a half later, I got eviction paperwork. I haven't had any write-ups. I haven't had anything. But Kansas is an open state. It's not open. Open's the wrong word. Kansas doesn't have any laws that says that they have to give you a reason, because it's at the will of the leaser, not the leasing.
That's nuts. So are they afraid you're gonna steal stuff?
I couldn't tell you. I could tell you lots of stereotypes about Romani, and you could probably pick one.
That's a stereotype. They'll take anything, hide everything. If they come by, they'll just take stuff and not even ask you. And it's like,
Is my audio anyway?
Yeah. It seemed a little ass backwards thinking to me, but that's just my own personal opinion.
Can you guys hear me? Is my audio better?
It's breaking a little, but yeah, we can hear you.
It's a little hot, but yeah.
It's still kind of high. I tried to turn it down.
It's good.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounded good.
I was gonna say, I didn't know there was active discrimination against Romanis. I mean, I know there's I figured it would be over by now. People don't even know who you guys are in this country. We hear the term gypsy, but it's like, what does that even mean?
Yeah, this really just annoys me more than anything else. I actually came from a refugee camp. We were living in Italy, and they burned the village. I'll get into that in a second. To the ground, and then we were put in refugee camps. And then they started burning the Romani area of the refugee camp, which is how I got back to the United States in the first place. And what I get from Americans, which is just more frustrating than anything else. Exactly, Ruben, exactly. But anyways, is, Borat and Give Me Your Cheers, Gypsy, which I used to stomach really well. But it's really annoying. And the other one that I get quite frequently is there's a video on YouTube a while ago of this. Oh God.
Oh my God.
What was it called? Like hide your kids, hide your wives. Yeah, they made a Romani remix to that, and I get that a lot. And then I get that we are dependent on the system, which really fucking pisses me off, because I work 3 jobs and I am a single parent, so pretty much everyone that says that to me can fuck off, but that's just me.
They say, can you give me your tears? They say that? That's like, wow. That blows my mind.
Really, it does. And they're scared of you guys. Jeez.
You know what? I'll tell you what. I will proudly, as a Muslim, I'll take the hate that you guys get, because that's no, that's really upsetting. I've seen I've seen that Borat video. I actually stopped watching Borat because I thought he's not funny, but yeah, I've heard that skit before.
The one that bothered me the most is I was out in public. And I was asked to sing Galim Galim, which is the Ramadi national anthem. Even though we don't have a country, we have a goddamn song for whatever reason. Actually, it's because that's how we do storytelling. We sing. But I was at International Romani Day, and I was performing, and I was with my daughter. And somebody was like, "Oh, I'll make you into my breeding pig," and I was so fucking pissed and irritated, like I had to leave.
Why would he say that?
Because Romanis are known, or Romani women, especially during the Holocaust, were known as very good to conceive children. So when the SS soldiers would need to relieve some stress, they would take it out on Romani women. And some people still hold that idea.
You mean like they would rape them, kind of thing? So are Romanis persecuted the way the Jews were in Europe? It's kind of like that.
You're blowing my speakers again.
I'm turning it down.
Just say it one more time.
Okay, I turned it down. Is it still really loud?
Is there a mic booster? It says boost your mic by so many decibels
That's,
in your mic settings. Sometimes that helps if you take the booster off. If I had my booster on, I'd be blaring too. It might, maybe. I'm just trying to help. I don't know. I don't listen to you. I have a question, if I may, for Isabella. Isabelsa?
Yeah, it's Isabelsa, but
Is it?
most people just call me Belsa.
Okay. Okay, since it's interfaith, what is the gypsy faith? Reuben was saying that you don't like the the Western Christianity being forced upon you. It's like, well, what are they treading on? I'm just, if I may make so bold.
It's really hard to tell what the original faith was. I was raised by my grandparents in a strange type of paganism. It's basically like taking Hinduism and Catholicism and smacking them together and calling it the faith. We had, or my grandparents did, had something called the Kalisari, which is basically like a Black Mary, sort of. It's very hard to explain. And we're very reverent of both female and male. Each have their own role. Role's the wrong word. Each have their own energy and what they were made for and what they're dominant in. But they're equal and they balance each other out. So there's a lot of dualistic practices that happens. A lot of people will claim to be Eastern Orthodox, but it's kind of like Southern Voodoo, where they kind of take on other cultures' faith, but then maintain their own ancestral traditions, if that makes sense.
That's awesome. Hinduism and Catholicism. That's wild.
is my audio better now?
So, but you've gone through so many. I mean, you've planted roots in so many places. I mean, your people have traveled. I mean, the history. If you could just sit and listen to your history, that'd be quite a journey. I'm
Yeah.
so crap in the States, man. That's not what this place is supposed to be about. That's bullshit. And here's to your prosperity and success.
David's Bakstal. It basically means the same thing you just said. Basically, it means health and good fortune to you.
Thanks.
Can you guys hear me better now?
Well, you're not blowing out my speaker, so
Yeah.
I'm good.
Good to me.
Is it really loud?
No, now it's a little soft. But you're not peeking out.
Yeah, you're clear.
Okay. I'll try not to be too loud. Is it?
So you could push it. You could bump it up. I bet you could probably bump it up a little bit. You're not peeking whatever you did.
Okay. I think it is it better now? I'm trying to make it like not too
Yeah,
loud.
go.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Sounds perfect.
Okay, what about now?
Still good.
Okay, I'm just going in increments.
That's
You
great.
have a very soft voice to begin with.
I don't know if that's a compliment or an insult. All right, so
It's a compliment. It's a
Which
compliment.
would you like it to be?
I'm just messing. No, so yeah, I think I might have done it too much now because I see it peeking out. I'm very interested.
You still sound fine to me.
Yes, I'm very interested in, like I said, ethnic groups and whatever, and like I said, I've heard a lot about them, but I bet you guys, but you're the first person I've ever spoken to who's Romani. And it's funny because I meant to say Romanian, but I said Romani, and it just happened that you actually are that.
The other thing that Reuven pointed out that I didn't really think about is he's right. A lot of Romani will not tell you that they're Romani because of the backlash that we get. A lot of people will say that they're Italian, that they're Middle Eastern, Eastern European, whichever they tend to look more towards, because while we tend to stay within our own culture, there's a lot of variation. Like I'm really light compared to like my cousin and my sister. They're really dark. So.
Hmm. Are they treated badly in Turkey?
Turkey and the Romani have a love-hate relationship. They get along for a while, then they don't like each other for a while, then they go back to being fine. And I haven't checked the temperature of Turkey in several years, but I know there was a bout with some issues a while back, but I haven't heard anything recently, so I'm gonna take that as a blessing from Turkey. Usually if something's going wrong in Turkey, it's very bad.
I think in Eastern Europe that a lot of groups are going to have a lot of trouble with the rise of nationalism and kind of a resurgence of the fascism of the past. And I'm pretty sure that Romani will be, if not the first victims, some of the first victims of that.
We actually have a saying. I'm not going to say it in Romani, I'll say it in English because otherwise you'll never understand. But basically, the reason why we continue to stay around, even though our numbers are completely decimated, is because we're terrible at dying. We die in large numbers, but some of us always survive through, whether someone else carries on their tradition, like there were several Jewish people that carried on the Romani tradition until they could teach a Romani, and vice versa. The Romani did it for the Jews. And so the Romani always survive, and that's kind of why we stick to ourselves, is because we'll take care of each other before anyone else will.
That is an amazing thing you just said, that the Romanis will carry on the Jewish tradition and Jews will carry on Romani tradition. That's wild.
Yeah, I lean Abrahamic. I'm a Noahide, so I kind of get steeped in that area myself. But I had no idea.
The only time I've ever heard anything bad about someone who was, and I actually had never heard it before, so it hurts me that you have to go through this in the U.S., was when I was in the UK. They just didn't have very good things to say. That was like one of the... It wasn't racist except for that. So it was weird.
There's a lot of that. I don't know. I haven't, like I said, I haven't traveled out of the country. I'm going to Ireland next year, so I'll know how that's working next year. But because I have passport issues, but that's beside the point. A lot of countries have sanctions against Romani. They won't give work to Romanis because they're afraid that, you know, whatever stereotypical shit that will steal their children, will steal their crap, blah blah blah. And so they won't give us work, and then they get mad because if you tell a culture that they're worthless and they're animals, eventually they'll start acting like animals. Not everyone, but I mean, if you beat a horse so long, eventually it'll kick you. So it's kind of one of those things where, you know, if you put so many sanctions, like in Romania before I left, I don't know how it is now. A lot of my family won't talk about it, but before I left, Romani had their own villages. We had our own schools. Our schools are segregated. The Romani children don't go to school with the regular Romanian children. I say regular Romanian children because I don't know how else to describe that. And then the water source is different, and et cetera, et cetera. So, I mean, they have some of the similar sanctions. They're not as bad, but some of the sanctions in England, and then they get mad because the Romani act out. So I don't know what they want us to do exactly.
I don't get how anyone would ever expect the outcast of a society to have to conform to their social contracts.
Jeez, Romania was proudly Nazi. Dumb fucks.
Hell yeah, because they wanted them to take care of the Romani problem.
They're pretty pro that now. There's a huge rally of that going on over there. Those kind of ideas are coming back into style.
Yeah, Europe is becoming more and more like hardcore right.
Yeah, they tell you what sodas you can have.
We need another axis, because I don't think that right-left dichotomy is quite the directions that they're going. They've gone clean off that line and somewhere else.
Agreed. It's liberty or tyranny. That's how I see it. You're either for freedom and liberty, or you're not. And if
Yeah, I'm usually more concerned with that liberty or tyranny line too.
It makes the world a lot easier to sort out,
Well, some people believe that social order is more important than personal liberty too. That's a huge balancing game that it comes down to with many.
Well, get the fuck out of the States, because you don't belong here. If you need to be ordered, go somewhere where there's order. If you want to have liberty and still live well and peace and prosperity, well, happy, you're happy to join in, joining the dance. But,
And that's why you guys will see a reemergence in my activism. There is a woman who lives in Bucharest, who is a lovely, lovely woman. The Romani children have difficulty getting adopted in Romania and Moldova and several other places. And she's taken in 40 children. Her husband died last year, and so I'm working with that organization. And I'm also trying to help get some of the segregation in Romania. It's an uphill battle, but I'll fight it probably until I stop breathing. Some of the segregation in the schools for the Romani kids and the Romanian kids separated because they're not allowed to go to school with the Romanians. You have to go to school with the Romani. You have to be accepted into the Romani school, and depending on how much money your family makes, you can get kicked out at 8th grade, basically, or the equivalent of 8th grade. So basically, they're setting them up to fail, and that's really annoying. So.
So you speak not only the language of Romania, but you also speak Romani. Why are they called Romanis, by the way? Why aren't they called I don't know, something else? Well, where did the name Romani come from if they're not from Romania?
That's a good question, and I don't really know the answer to that. And most of the time we call only the women are actually called Romani. Men are actually called Rom, but no one pays attention to that. And I think people call us Romani because our language, we call it, I speak Vlogs called Arashi Romanis. Exactly. But I don't actually know where that came from, and I'd be interested to know the etymology of that, now that I think about it.
Wrong. The people.
Yeah, we literally call ourselves the people. I don't know where that came from.
You have Indian blood as well, huh?
Huh?
You have Indian blood as well.
Yeah, they say that. No, I'm not ignoring you. I'm answering all the other questions. They say that we're either. Well, there's a lot of debate. Some people say that we're Southern Indian, and then we kind of progressed out, and the other people say that we're Northern Indian because we have links to Punjabi. I think is how you say that. Yeah, Punjabi.
Punjabis.
And I can't speak for all Romani, but I don't discriminate at all, so that's just me.
Punjabis are an ethnic group, a major ethnic group in India. Yeah, they're pretty big. Do you know when they left? If they're indeed Indian of origin, and based on just the language we were talking in, it seems like they are. Do you know when they left India?
Oh, I don't off the top of my head, but I think I probably have a file. So let me look it up, and I will get back to you on that.
Take your time. I'd be very interested in that. That's really interesting. Really, Ruben? You think it's the language is maintained for that many years? That's like multiple, quite a few generations, maybe like 30, 40 generations. No, I was looking.
I think it's because even though we take words from other languages, we don't really derivate. Like, our culture is our culture, and it's taught traditionally through the lines, and it's upheld because that's how we've survived. So I think that's probably why we've held it so long.
I suggest staying out of northern Idaho.
They say somewhere in between the 6th century and the 11th centuries when they think that we left India.
So yeah, about that long.
Yeah, I'm looking at. I googled Romani's and Romani society and culture, and there's a lady on the Wikipedia page in her wedding attire, and I would, if I saw her, I would think like, oh, she's some kind of Indian. I wouldn't be able to narrow down where in India, but she looks pretty Indian to me. But then there's other ones that are like really light skinned and they don't look Indian. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a mixture.
Yeah, like I said, I'm the light one of my family. Most of my family is pretty dark. And it's a running joke that they call me Parishat, which literally means light one, because I'm the lightest one of my family.
I get similar stuff.
I'm the dark one in my family. Is there a mic open? I'm getting echo.
It's me for some reason. I don't know why it does that. Let's see. Is that better now?
Let's see. Yeah, a little bit better. Yeah.
So the Romanis, if they're like from one part of Europe, are they the same as in other parts of Europe? Like, is their language mutually intelligible, and is it the same basic culture, or are they very different, just based on geographical dispersion and?
There are a lot of the words that are the same regardless of where you're at, but each of the dialects is a little bit different. A Hungarian Romani is going to speak differently than a Spanish Romani, just because of the cultural influence that their country has on it. And then I totally had an answer that was somewhat related but not completely, and I don't remember what it was.
I think I asked you if like I could hook up with a Romani woman. That was the general gist of my question, but I probably shouldn't say that while wearing a kufi, trying to represent Islam in some positive way.
Uh, I mean, I'm sure there are some Romani that would branch out, but Romanis are very traditional, and getting into a Romani girl's pants is very hard.
I
Don't
didn't do
take
that.
this.
I didn't. Okay. I mean, I guess our hookup was misleading, but
I feel special.
I don't even want to know why.
We're not gonna go there, Christopher. We're not. Okay, so apparently the last guesstimates of living Romani are about 8 million, so more than I originally anticipated.
so you guys are like a whole country basically, but in diaspora, in dispersion.
Yep, basically.
Yeah, that's actually, I did not know that. I really thought that they were like an extremely small minority ethnic group, like maybe 500,000 or something like that. Because like when we hear gypsies, we hear it like almost like a sort of joke. If that makes sense. Like it's I don't know. I didn't even know what that meant until recently.
It is basically a country in dispersion. In fact, it's a running joke. It's a terrible joke, but it is a running joke within the Romani circles that the Romanis own the Romostan, which is basically your home is where your feet lay. So basically, wherever you're at, that's where home is.
That sounds a lot like Jews at the turn of the century. Isn't this crazy? I still get bank statements with my father's name on them, and he passed away 2 years ago.
Hard copy. Hard copy's good.
Yeah. So one of my goals is I'm kind of like half joking, half serious about this, but I want to write a book about. I love ethnic cultures and minorities and groups and things like that that are just around, and I had this idea of writing a book on the Muslim minority groups around the world, like in the Caucasus or in I don't know, like China or in Russia or in I don't know, just everywhere, Crimea or Southwest Africa, things like that, just everywhere. African Americans in this country.
You want to put yourself on a hit list like Salem Rushdie or something.
No. It would be like a what's it called where you study cultures? I don't know the name of that term, but it's just like when they converted, what their traditions are, what their language is, things like that.
I was visualizing something a little different, like.
No, like cultural things like clothes, attire, traditions, and like a minor anthropologist, if you will. I have nothing to say. I feel bad about that.
Comfortable silences. I'll do a plug. I'm having a delicious Samuel Adams Boston Lager. It is a kosher brew, quite possibly the greatest mass-produced beer in the States. Nothing beats a microbrewery, but Slunging.
It's always a good decision. I actually have been drinking a bottle of Apothic Red Cabernet Sauvignon. I had some 19-month-old New York cheese. I'm celebrating one of the ancient Greek festivals, Antistedia, which is dedicated to Dionysus, who I'm devoted to. So very nice. I opened it up last night. Had a glass. So it's 3 days long. So it started yesterday, and depending on how you calculate the calendar, but it's 3 days long. So I'm doing it Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. So I'll finish off the bottle tomorrow. I've had enough for the night, so I don't want to do an excess.
I'm having some water. It came from a tap, and we ran it through a Brita filter, and then
Yeah, Brita is really the one. I prefer Brita over the pure filter. It really tastes excellent. It makes crap water taste awesome.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, our Brita's maybe 3 years old now, but we still use it.
You gotta actually pay attention. There's a little dial, and you have to set when you need to replace your filter. It's usually about 3 months. For a large household, it's about 2 months. And the filters are a little expensive, but they're not unreasonably so. And it's worth replacing the filter every so often. So I'd highly recommend it because you get some gross stuff in your water if you don't replace your filter.
Even why would you know about Egyptian polytheism? Didn't you just say it was a mix of Hinduism and Catholicism?
No. She was saying that some of the Romani have a sort of mixture of religious traditions that seem to reflect that, but Egyptian polytheism is specific to ancient Egypt. So I'll let her explain if she decides to.
I suppose I could get on that topic if someone has questions. But be prepared for factual overloads because I'm thorough like that.
Well, the Egyptians were nothing but thorough. So, more so than even the Greeks, and that's saying something.
Unless they're recording their failures in the battlefield, then they're relatively silent on those matters. But their enemies have records of their when they fell.
Fair enough.
But are you of that faith tradition, Isabel, or are you? Unfortunately, I just assumed that people from Europe or that part of Europe specifically are just like Orthodox Christians.
I was raised a strange brand of paganism. I'm gonna go with that. And then my mom is Protestant, I guess the best way to describe that. I don't know. And then I actually started studying. I promise that's what I was trying to say. Faith and religion at 15. I was ordained at 18 as non-denominational pastor. I was ordained at 19 through, oh gosh, I can't remember. I was ordained at 19 through another thing. I was ordained at 20 as a high priestess of a Druidic faith. And then at 21, I became the senior high priestess for the Kemetic temple that I serve now, with specific traditions that is pre-dynastic. So about the time of the Scorpion King is about where that faith timeline lies.
So it's a religion unique to that part of the world, I guess, or to I guess you said ancient Druids. That's what I understood. No, I'm sorry. It's like an Egyptian religion, Kemetic. As Raven said. Excuse me.
Yeah, my path it's similar to Kevin in the fact that I am a reconstructionist, not a revivalist. So basically, I take source materials such as the Scorpion Papyri, the Epirus Papyri, and some of the other ones that I've translated them, and I've had other Egyptologists translate them as well. And then I take those and um, in essence, revive what I can of the old ways. And then in some circumstances, you have to adapt because either the things that they used to use are extinct and no longer available, or it's endangered. And because I'm a little tree hugger, I guess, I refuse to use something that I will deplete. So you kind of have to make exceptions occasionally, but for the most part, I tend to stay as close to 3100 BC as humanly possible.
What is 3100 BCS? Oh, I'm sorry. Like the time period, okay.
Yeah.
Or the Common Era, okay. I was thinking like, I don't know.
That is definitely an aspect that you see reiterated in other polytheistic reconstructionist traditions within the larger, depending on who you ask, neo-pagan traditions. With ancient Greek religion, what I practice, the central focus is usually 500 to 600 BCE, but it oftentimes overlaps into much more recent forms of Hellenistic belief systems, which are, effectively is late Roman. But some of the ideas that are in the Hellenistic period were far more syncretic in that they were less specific to ancient Greece and were more mixed with various different other cultures. And they also had viewpoints, particularly with regards to the role of ritual and that of mysticism and what would eventually become philosophical and magical traditions, which were largely offshoots from the earlier Greek household religion, that it's difficult to correlate those with the earlier sort of traditions. And you see that definitely with Egyptian religion. Much later on, it resembles something far different than the sort of classical period of ancient Egypt, in the same way as what I do for ancient Greece, the classical period of Greece. We're huge geeks, in other words. We do a lot of study as a result.
Let me throw something at you if I can. Up to bat. When I was a kid in school, I really did not like the Roman pantheon. And we were always taught that they are the same, that the Roman and the Greek were the same. But when I hear, like, you know, when they would talk about Jupiter juxtaposed to Zeus, you know what I'm saying? Something about the Greeks seemed to hold more dignity, or seemed to hold a bit more of a I just felt better about it. I liked it better. I was always drawn away from the Roman take on it. Are they essentially the same?
No.
Or am I seeing something here? Even as I was a child.
No, you're totally correct. And there's a few sort of odds and ends here, but I'll try to correlate it together in its most basic language as I can. There's a few things that was going on with Roman religion, with the Cultus Deorum Romanorum, also called Religio Romana. The earliest Roman-esque religions, particularly the early Etruscans and what became the Romans, they were practicing something which has been dubbed nuministic, meaning that their deities were far more abstract in nature. And you see this reiterated in other spiritual traditions in different cultures. What this effectively means is that it's much less mythologically based and more symbolic or archetypal. The deities are much more loosely defined. Now, the core thing with polytheistic religions is the structure of ritual, the cultural context, and the sort of philosophy of that culture, because ultimately it's a cultural tradition more than it is the modern word that we use for these things, religion. that context is a much later sort of adaptation. It's an affectation of an early Roman concept, religio, which had nothing to do with religious affiliation and was more of an approach. One's religio and pietas were aspects of how you would perform ritual, not actual dictates of dogmatic or doctrinal things to that effect. I've said this before, everything comes down to language. So what happened with the Romans as they developed, as they gained power, is they started to attribute Greek ideas within them, using the general mythological context from which to develop a more standardized Roman religion.
Like Judaism.
Absolutely. And they took upon themselves different sorts of interpretations of that. And there are some creation myths that are sort of discussed, but generally the Romans didn't have as much of a strong, well-developed mythology that the Greeks did. You see an echo of a Romanized Greek mythology in Ovid's Metamorphosis. It's a loosely defined creation myth. The Romans, though, compared to the Greeks, were much more focused on the structure of ritual. They didn't care quite as much with actual mythology. This is a part of the reason why the late Roman or Hellenistic period was so fraught with syncretism, mixtures of different sorts of spiritual traditions, because the Romans didn't see a conflict, whereas the Greeks did. This is why you had Romans mixing Greek deities with Egyptian deities. You had them adopting Mithras and Isis and all these sort of foreign deities because it was less of an emphasis. With the Greeks, when they specifically adopted something, they Hellenized it. So when the Greeks would adopt an Egyptian or Canaanite deity, they would make it their own. They would spend a good long time trying to make that make sense within the Hellenic worldview. For the Romans, and this is where the Greek word comes from, in response to the Romans, the Greeks used the term eclecticism, to describe the Romans, which is a dressing of the truth, a dressing of the actual cultural meanings that they sort of just attributed offhand or shooting from the hip. The Greeks consider that to be Philistine. They consider that to be shallow, in I guess as close to a modern context as we can sort of conceive. But the thing is, when you actually start studying Roman religion and getting into it, if you take it from a much earlier perspective, you realize that there's a much more interesting and developed household cult and a culture beneath the sort of eclecticisms that they were developing that are far more valuable, and that is where the difference is. There are aspects of how Roman religion is constructed, the way that they can perform rituals, which are completely different than the Greeks in many, many different ways. If you're ever interested in reading a fairly scholarly work on the subject, I can recommend An Introduction to Roman Religion by John Schneid. Does a very good job of outlining the linguistic, historical, and anthropological aspects of Roman religion in a way that a modern practitioner could use, but it's not a pagan guidebook to necessarily practicing a religion. It has good historical information for somebody who's just curious about how it works. And as a practitioner of Hellenic religion, I find that it's useful to understand Roman religion, if for nothing else, to see what actually defines Greek in contrast to the Roman. The Romans did do one very good thing, though, and I have to give them credit, is they helped to preserve, along with the later Muslims and even Christian scholars, in preserving what was left of Greek religion. And largely when most people consider Greek religion topically, when you hear most people talking about the deities, they're not really looking at it from a Hellenic perspective. They're looking at it from a Roman, or what is commonly dubbed, and makes me want to stab a bitch, Greco-Roman. What the fuck does that even mean? You're just blurring shit together willy-nilly. Come on now.
Based on the idea that the Greeks and the Romans were the same, basically, as you mentioned earlier, that they're just like one barred off the other, and there's really not a lot of difference between the two. That's what I grew up thinking. I don't know, I guess you're telling me that's wrong.
In all fairness, though, there are some considerable similarities, and the Romans did carry on a lot of the Greek culture in the way that Central Germanic peoples, the Anglo-Saxons, carried on Scandinavian cultures and Scandinavian mythologies and rituals and things to that effect. But there is a considerable difference, and they are valuable to look at and to see in the ways in which these cultures are different. Because these are centuries we're talking about. This is not a few decades. These are centuries in which these cultures have developed and branched off from one another.
Yeah, that always did bother me, Judeo-Christian. It's like I've studied enough Judaism for the past 10, 15 years that, yeah, one is not the other.
It's incredibly offensive to both numbers. Yeah, it's totally offensive. I mean, I've actually made the argument that just saying Christian is itself far too simplistic. It's like, what kind of Christianity are you discussing? Are we discussing Eastern Orthodox, Coptic, Protestant, and what form of Protestantism are we talking about? You know, there's so many different variations. It may seem semantic or at the very least pedantic to people kind of looking from it from the outside, but there are some very distinct differences, if not doctrinally, culturally, the people who adopted these varieties of religion. And I've made that point before. Even just saying these ancient religions like Greek religion or Egyptian religion, there are variances within that culture, within the national borders. Different provinces, to use a sort of modern term, would have had different varieties, different emphases, different cults that would have been most important to those parts of that nation, as we would commonly understand it. And honestly, I think that's where a lot of conflict comes on, when we have some of these discussions and somebody gets really upset because they haven't spent the extra, 30 or 40 minutes to actually look up, oh, this term actually means something. There's a reason why people use this terminology. There's a reason why these cultures were different. So I do my best, and largely we've all been able to do this pretty well in this group, is give the person the benefit of the doubt. Instead of assuming that they're trying to attack you, that they are being insistent or that they're intentionally trying to spread misinformation, in a lot of cases, they just don't know. They just haven't had the access to the information. So I think it's much more useful to give people resources than it is to admonish them or to lecture them about how they're wrong.
I can agree with that entirely.
We were all there at one point. I've made this sort of correlation before. We were all kids in the library at one point. We all started with something, and probably the books we started with, in whatever respective traditions or non-traditions or even just aspects or passions or hobbies, we probably started with whatever was available at the time, or the first book we picked up off the shelf. And it took, for many of us, several years before we were able to get to good, solid resources on the subject and be able to know the difference. But don't mind me, I'm just flapping my gums.
Well, no one else is, so it's fine.
I'm just giving my mouth some exercise, don't mind me.
No, I share the same sentiments that you do. I mean, my first book was horrific as far as Kemetic mythologies and all kinds of, looking back at the first book I ever read on Egyptian mythologies and Egyptian hierarchies and Heka, or for those of you who have no idea what I'm talking about, Heka is the Egyptian word for ritual or magic, whichever one. It's complicated. Basically, my first book was horrific, and after doing, what is this, my 7th year, I think, of doing Egyptian magic, and being a Kemetic, or Reconstruction Kemetic, I look back at that book and I'm like, oh, the glaring inaccuracies. But, it takes a lot of time and effort and learning, what's good source material, what's not good source material, who you can depend on for correct translations, who you need to go for secondary opinions, who likes to add their own personal opinion into their research, yada, yada, yada.
Well, I think there's also something to be said for the classics in these sort of genres that were written in much earlier time periods, early 20th century, late 19th century, as a sort of, not foundation, but as a beginning. Because a lot of the inaccuracies, use an example here, Greek Religion by Walter Burkert was written, it's been, edited a number of times over the years. It's a good-sized book. But there are some considerable inaccuracies, and by looking at those inaccuracies and seeing the cultural biases, seeing the generational biases of the people writing these things that he had as his contemporaries, can actually be a very valuable tool in being able to vet out some of those inaccuracies, to be able to get better source material. And I think we need to at least recognize that some of these older books like this can actually be a decent starting point, So I always try to recommend people the classics in the genre first, and if they also can get through the dryness, if they can get through the verbosity of some of these older writers, then maybe they have the level of commitment necessary to actually source out the really good stuff. You get to the nitty-gritty.
Did you become a I'm not sure what to call your religion.
Pardon?
What do I call your religion?
Largely me, on my end. One of the common words that's used to describe modern versions of Greek religion is Hellenismos. There are other varieties of terms, but that is the most prominent term used to describe Greek religion as a sort of Greek polytheism, Hellenic polytheism. And that actually goes back to Emperor Julian, the apostate, the last pagan emperor in Greece and Rome. He was called an apostate because people looked at him as a horrible heathen that was trying to do something terrible. He was trying to restore Greek religion. What he was trying to do, though, he was trying to restore a more Neoplatonic version of Greek religion, specifically within much later form. Neoplatonism is later followers of Plato who made some interesting correlations that were much more mystical and correlated of oneness of being, and there's a lot of extra ideas that are added into that. But end of the day, what he was trying to do was actually fairly useful, and he was one of the first people ever to actually be able to put a label to Greek religion. And as I've mentioned before, religion was not really a term for a lot of these indigenous traditions. So sometimes you just got to settle on a term at some point.
My question, I guess, really was, did you accept your religion or whatever? I mean, I don't know how to classify it, I guess.
You're asking about my conversion.
Yeah, I mean, like, was it out of conviction, or was it out? Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Was it out of conviction, or was it out of like you enjoy the culture and you appreciated it, or was it because like if you think of like Islam, Christianity, Judaism, people who believe in these religions. Well, I think Judaism is kind of like a culture, but I guess with the other two, you would kind of believe in them out of conviction. Whereas I guess with like a Hinduism or like a Judaism, it's more of like the cultural religion of the people. And I guess what I'm asking is, did you convert to it out of like conviction the way that Muslims and Christians do, or was it more like this is the traditions that I want to follow kind of conversion?
Well, short answer is that it's a mixture of all of those things and more. The reality of many polytheists and pagans, neo-pagans, occultists, basically people who come to alternative spirituality, it's largely motivated by people who grew up in a Christian tradition, particularly in the West, and found themselves with many sort of inconsistencies that didn't reflect on the ways in which they saw and experienced the world. So with me in particular, the case was that I was fortunate that though I'd lived in a very traditional household, I was given an ultimatum that I could stay or leave. But
if I was to stay, it would be motivated by actual faith and commitment to what was my host religion, Catholicism. I left and studied various world religions and philosophies, eventually coming to some form of paganism at one point in my mid-teens, and eventually coming to Reconstructionism and eventually Greek religion in college. But many of the experiences I'd had over the years, as early as kindergarten and first grade, second grade, reflected a more animistic and polytheistic viewpoint. These were experiences that were not reflected in Christian religion, at the very least, the Orthodox form of Christianity. I had later on explored Gnostic forms of Christianity, explored Rosicrucianism, Hermetic religions, and various forms of occultism, which have elements of Christian belief, but even those were inconsistent to what I experienced. So the sort of aggregation of my belief was where the conversion came. Eventually, I had so many hosts of experiences that had came together and made so much more sense with a polytheistic worldview that it was a natural transition into the belief system as opposed to a sort of fealty to a religious identifier.
That makes sense.
Yeah. I know it's rather complicated, and I apologize for the verbosity of that.
No, that makes sense. Do you by any chance work in computers?
Hmm?
Do you by any chance work in computers of any sort?
No, but I do my best to be fairly well educated and competent in computers, largely because a lot of my hobbies, but also my spiritual beliefs, because many of the polytheists and pagans out there are kind of diasporic in the sense that there are so few of us and we're so spread out throughout the world, particularly in the Western world, that some of the only means of communication, the only means of, I guess you could call it communion or fellowship between polytheists, even of different versions of polytheism, are largely through internet sources, through forums, groups, study groups, chat rooms, things to that effect. So I have to at least have a working understanding of technology as a result of that.
Yeah, same here. There's no Noahide place to go. This is where we congregate. This is where we do our fellowship. It's rare breed, you know.
Yeah.
The reason why I was asking was because it's a silly thing, but the word verbosity, I mostly hear it from computer people. I was going to say, Idol Smasher, couldn't you just go to a synagogue?
It would depend on the synagogue. I tend to really, really look at, even though I'm not Jewish, I prefer to learn from the most Jewy rabbi I can find. If it's a woman and her name is Rabbi so-and-so, I just don't even want to watch her. You know what I mean? I really get into the meat of the Torah. And it's, I want to learn it from a Jew who cares enough to play the part, if you will. I don't mean that disrespectfully. And that's not something that, is just readily available where I'm at. Like I said, there's a Reform temple up the road, but I don't want to go back to Christianity. That's not, and I mean that in the most loving thing, but I don't want to go that loose end. I'm not a loose end kind of guy. I would get very frustrated, I think.
I have a similar problem here, because even though I'm a polytheist, I really, really enjoy going to the mosque. And there's an Islamic center here. And I always get like really quirky looks because I'm like the furthest thing from a Muslim. But like especially during Ramadan, because I actually participate in Ramadan, I get really, really strange looks, and it's great.
Why? What is it that if you're the furthest thing from a Muslim, what is it that brings you there?
When I figure that out, I'll tell you. But I really don't know. I used to cover, and I think because a lot of I live in Kansas, for the love of God. The only people that cover around here are the Muslims and the ladies who are really traditionally Muslim. And so I guess I just kind of feel camaraderie with them because I used to cover, and so I know, right? It's surprising there are Muslims in Kansas, but yes, there are Muslims. Um, I guess I feel a sense of camaraderie with them, and I've always done the Ramadan, even before I knew exactly what the Ramadan was. There was always a month where I would fast all day and break fast at night, and then I found out there was Ramadan, and I was like, oh, bam, I'm gonna do Ramadan. So I mean, during Ramadan, I could pass as a Muslim. I mean, I know the prayers. I can say the prayers. I'm just not Muslim.
Can you say one? I want to hear this. This is
Uh,
blowing my mind.
Hold on, I need help. I have an application on my phone that goes off during prayer times, and it has all the transliterations, so I can read the prayers. Technically, I mean, I know part of it.
Oh, you might know, yeah. That's wild. Wow. You have an Adhan program on your phone? I didn't even do that. I mean, I usually remember though. I just go by the time or whatever. But that's interesting.
There is an experience that is reflected in a lot of people who practice alternative spirituality, who aren't afforded to have converted to a more well-established alternative religion, say going from Christianity to Buddhism or Hinduism, perhaps, which would still be considerably difficult for sure. Many of us end up having to struggle with the idea of doing what is actually consistent, solitary. You have this idea of a solitary practitioner. It's a common terminology used in neo-paganism. Or conceding to something that is not really a correct fit just so that we can have some measure of public ritual or some kind of congregation. And I see this most commonly manifested in people who are very traditional, and they end up going to a very eclectic pagan kind of congregation through, say, like a Unitarian Universalist church. They usually have like a CUPS meeting, which is a Covenant of Unitarian Universalist Pagans. Yeah, big long acronym. Basically describe people who are kind of pagans within an interfaith organization. And I've met some people who are actually pretty good people within that organization. It's not really a good fit for people who are traditional Hellenists or Comedicists or heathens or whatever the case may be. So at the end of the day, many of us end up just practicing alone because trying to gather people who follow the exact same tradition in the same state, more or less within driving distance, is exceedingly difficult.
I think most of the Muslims from Texas are like South Asian, and they came there, unless they're African American, and they came there like in the 60s and 70s.
Yeah. It's really weird living out here, kind of in the more rural area of California, out in the San Bernardino County. On a regular basis, I interact with local Muslims, and a lot of the ones that I've interacted with have actually been African Muslims, which is really unusual.
African American.
No, African. Like, they have very strong accents. Their genetic makeup is very different than African American because there are distinct differences physiologically.
Where from in Africa?
Yeah.
What country?
A lot of them seem to be from northern Africa.
So like Somalia, the east or west? Like Somalia? Are we talking like Sudan, Ethiopia? Or are we talking like Mauritania and like Nigeria and those?
I can't really tell because I've only had very brief conversations with them, but a lot of their accents seem to reflect that. But I couldn't place it specifically.
Do they sound like they speak French?
There was this one time, there was this couple where they were with their kids, and yeah, they almost seemed to have almost like a French affectation. You know that like syntax thing you get with French people, the way they structure English is different.
I'm sorry, I'm asking you weird questions. I know. Can you give me like one first name that they might have, a male first name, if you happen to remember any? If you know, that's okay.
I don't. It's been a while recently. It
I'm
was
not
really,
asking-
I really saw a lot around the border of one of the main freeways here. When I was living the next city over. There was a Starbucks I used to go to, and I constantly saw African Muslims.
Mm.
But there's total exceptions. I actually worked out there a number of years ago, and I remember when I was down in the southern region of the city, there was this couple. They were an older Muslim couple, and I think they were actually from the Middle East. And I remember the husband was in very traditional garb, walking around. Like they would go for walks every morning when I was on my route. And he was wearing very traditional white hat, long flowing kind of white robes, and she would be wearing similar gear, obviously, with the hijab as opposed to the hat and slightly different garments for obvious reasons. But I always remember thinking it was very strange. They were just like transplants in an area that was, you just didn't see it all that often. But I would see Sikhs, I would see Hindus on occasion too.
Were the men's clothes, were they very bright and flashy, or were the women's clothes very bright and flashy?
No, both the women's and the man's clothes and their family. They lived in a small house on the corner. They were very, very simple. There was not a lot of ornamentation.
So like West Africans, they tend to have, the men tend to wear very bright colors.
Yeah.
Like red or yellow or whatever. And the women tend to wear more the drab colors. And in my observation is that from like the friends who I know from, I have a lot of friends from like Somalia or Sudan, or a couple from Ethiopia, but I don't think I've ever seen an Ethiopian like wearing traditional clothes. And they tend to wear, that's not true, but they tend to wear more like Arab style. So the women will actually have the brighter clothes, and the men will have the dark, drabber clothes. And I have a pretty good amount of friends from West Africa, and then, or rather East Africa, and then I know a lot from West, but not that many that I can really say like I know them well.
Well, the Muslims I've been seeing regularly in the place I'm going to now, the African Muslims, the women tend to be dressed. Women and the ones that seem to be from other countries outside of Africa, it's more drab, really dark colors, either full-blown black or gray or dark brown, like very drab kind of colors, not colorful at all. A little bit more modernized clothing aside from that, but their headgear is definitely more drab. Very rarely see bright, flashy colors. So, but I know that's how it is. I've lived in California pretty much my whole life, and the thing that's really interesting about the sort of cultural landscape here is you get small pockets of different cultures. People will move into a very specific area, and they'll form like a small community of people who immigrant culture, and a lot of times they'll live there for several generations. So you have third and fourth generation who are totally assimilated into Western culture, and then grandparents and great grandparents will be very, very, very traditional.
Yeah, that makes sense. I know that in the UK, there's a very large Pakistani community, and they've actually like maintained their language. I don't know how they were able to do that for like more than one generation. Whereas the same exact culture in America, Pakistanis who come here, like myself, we don't really maintain our culture very much. So we do. Let me take that back. We do, but we lose it within like 2 generations or 1 generation. It's like even myself, I don't speak the language all that well. I mean, I do, but I can't really maintain it. Like I wouldn't be able to teach my kids it. So like that's my observation. But in the UK, it's different. But that's also because there's a lot more of them, and they're more centralized in certain places, and they're more connected with they're a Commonwealth country, and Pakistan used to be a Commonwealth country, so they can kind of go back at will, sort of deal. I mean, it's all about where you live, where you are, who you're around, that sort of thing. Like in big cities, you tend to America's more of a melting pot, as they say, and other parts are more of a tapestry.
I remember an old friend of mine from high school. His parents, well, his whole household was very ethnically mixed. His father was French Romanian, is French Romanian. He's still alive and very healthy. And his mom was raised in the Philippines, and she's of mainland Chinese ancestry. And so they spoke a bunch of different languages. They were both polyglots. They spoke 5 languages each, I think. French, Filipino, German, Arabic. I think they also spoke Cantonese and a few others. But his dad worked for the French Foreign Legion for most of his youth.
Wow.
When they were growing up.
Wow.
So they traveled around.
That's wild.
Yeah, they traveled around a lot, and he lived in France mostly. I think he lived in Marseille and Paris for a little while, and then he lived in Scotland and the UK. And for a good number of years, when he was young, they lived in Abu Dhabi. So there was a short period where my friend, his name is Jean-Michel, he actually spoke Arabic and could read Arabic at one point, but with nobody to speak to, he completely lost the language. And he retained some of the Filipino from his mother, but didn't really speak it quite as much. But his French was still good, but he would get rusty because he just wouldn't have a lot of people to talk to. So he would go on vacation every so often to kind of almost like regenerate his French, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Even though that was like his secondary language, his close secondary language. Weird stuff.
I mean, I think it's like kind of the idea that like you're of one place and you're of one locale is like a concept for people who haven't traveled much.
Yeah.
Or rather, haven't traveled profoundly. Like, I mean, I've traveled, but I haven't really like lived in other than like Northern Virginia and the DC area. I haven't really like lived for more than like a day, like or maybe like a month, I think, at most in other countries. So,
Well, living in a coastal state, I've been kind of spoiled. Growing up and well into high school and college, I was constantly surrounded by people from different cultures. I had close friends, still do, who are Japanese, Chinese. I had a girl when I was in school that I went with for a good 5 years. She was from Sri Lanka. We had people from various different Christian traditions. We had a kid who was like hardcore Jehovah's Witness. Whole host of just different things going on, and so I had exposure to all these sort of different cultures. Obviously, more immigrant culture and removed from their original countries, but I had a decent amount of exposure. But a lot of my friends that I've known over the years who grew up or I've talked to online who lived in the Midwest or kind of middle of the country, many of them have not even experienced any other cultures other than just this sort of standard Anglo-American culture.
I get that a lot here, being right smack dab in the middle of the Midwest. And I do that too, where when I don't talk to someone for a long time in my first language, I'll forget words, and then I have to like substitute. I'm like speaking wrong English, like horrible English. And my sister does that too because her first language is Arabic, and so if she doesn't speak to someone in Arabic for a while, like she'll lose it.
What is her first language?
Huh?
How is her first language Arabic?
It's a very long story, but basically her stepfather was, I want to say he was Egyptian. That sounds right. We have different mothers. We have the same biological father. But he was an Egyptian Muslim, and so she learned Arabic and French first.
It's funny how many various different colonial cultures have interacted with places around the world. Spanish, English, French, German. And I remember one of the last times I hung out with my friend Jean-Michel,
I used to go to this Mediterranean market because they had really good hookah tobacco that I enjoyed, and a lot of good bakery goods and pickled goods and stuff like that. And I would talk to him, the guy who worked there, older guy named Vincent, and he had a few younger guys that were around our age. And when my friend walked in, just through some measure of conversation, his French came out. And then they ended up having this huge, long conversation in French with his kids and Vincent, because apparently, in Lebanon, there's a lot of French over there. There was a lot of interaction between the French and the Lebanese. So it's really interesting, like, how languages interact, and it's like this weird kind of thing, like people who really like a certain kind of product, and they find out you have it, and they have this like huge excited conversation. It was the same thing with language, which I thought was really funny.
I do that with Spanish. I don't speak Spanish very well anymore, but I used to live with a Filipino, a Puerto Rican, a Mexican, and a Spaniard. So there was a lot of Spanish at the house, and then like I would go to the Spanish shops and buy sweets, and then just inevitably slip into Spanish. But anymore, my Spanish is terrible. My Arabic is terrible, and so is my French. My Arabic is really bad.
Arabic?
The what?
هل تتكلم عربي? Never mind. I speak broken Arabic myself. I'm asking if you speak Arabic. I don't speak Arabic. I just like to show off like I do.
I really actually want someone to teach me Arabic, and my sister doesn't have the patience to do it because she gets frustrated and like just goes off ranting.
Yeah, unfortunately I barely know it myself. If it wasn't for that war in Syria, I would have studied more intensely. But there's a stupid war in Syria, so that just will not end someday.
I would study language more if I didn't struggle so much with my own native language.
That's okay. Yeah. Everyone else struggles with your language too. It's fine.
I have my own version of English, I swear, but that's okay. I have tried a few languages. I just lack the discipline, I think, or something. I doesn't rap it very well. Yeah.
I remember somebody said that whereas other languages interact with other people and sample what they have to sell, English takes other languages, drags it into an alley, and beats the fuck out of it. I thought that was pretty funny. English is weird. It's really, really
English is like the most compressed language. It can deliver the most information in the least amount of sounds. That's what some people think is the reason why it became so popular and spread so quickly. It's either that or they killed everyone that spoke a different language. I think it was a combination of both.
Gotcha. I'll be right back.
I think that's why it sounds so like formal and it's not colorful, it's not flighty, is because there's no wasted syllables. It's very direct with its information.
I completely missed what you were talking about because I was distracting myself with something else, and all I caught was the most direct language, but I have no idea what you were saying.
English doesn't use a lot of sounds to convey a lot of information, so it doesn't have a lot of extra syllables. So you can say a lot with saying a little. But usually they say it's a really compressed language, and that's what they mean by it.
I don't know. I wouldn't say that English is the most direct. I would say the German is the most direct, because if the Germans don't have a word for it, they'll just smash words together till it makes enough sense. Whereas English comes
Well,
up with weird literary crap.
German is aggressive. By direct, you mean aggressive. I mean, direct is in to the point. English is very direct. But yeah, I kind of find it funny that there's like words that the Germans didn't have, and it tells you a lot about the early Germanic cultures when you find out the words that they had to borrow. Like, you need a word for innocence because that's not a German thing.
There's a reason Germans don't play Scrabble. Have you ever seen German words? Ye gods.
Yeah, see, that's the opposite of what English words are. English words are small and compressed. German words are like 27 syllables.
Exactly, Ruben. Exactly. That is why the Germans don't play Scrabble. But I do have Dungeons and Dragons dice that have Arabic on them, and I have German, and I have Hebrew because I'm an overachiever. Goddammit. I love how it's silent when Kevin's not here. Has anyone else noticed that?
Well, what to talk about then, huh? You done being persecuted?
I'm supposed to be packing, but that's not happening.
Do you have a place lined up for where you're going?
Yeah, I move Friday, and I literally have nothing packed, so that'll be fun.
Where are you moving to?
I am moving into a co-op.
Oh, so you're still gonna be in the same state?
Yes, because I have a very interesting job.
Oh, yes, that's right. I remember. I don't know. I'm one of the few that enjoys listening. There's times that I'm not a big talker. It's a full moon out today, right?
No, not quite yet.
Not quite yet, right? Okay. Now, is there anyone that has a certain practice when there's a full moon or just follows the lunar calendar?
The Kemetic calendar is lunar, and it's based on the Hellenic rising of Sirius. So that's the beginning of the year, and then it kind of progresses on. The new moons mark the beginning of the month, so the full moon is kind of close to, it's the midway point really, because you have to wait for it to wane again to begin a new month.
Okay, I'm sorry, could you repeat that? And I'm not sure what your spiritual practice is.
I am a Kemetic Reconstructionist, polytheist, I guess is the best way to describe what I am. And that's lunar. It's based off the lunar calendar. And instead of beginning in January like the Gregorian calendar does, it begins with the Hellenic rising of Sirius, which is usually in August or July, depending on where you are.
Now, is this Egyptian?
Yes, it is Egyptian, specifically pre-dynastic Egyptian, so before the first dynasty.
Is there like a website or some information about it? Because You know, I actually, when I first got into college, I actually met some people that were really into Egyptian mythology. And I actually remember getting a book called Egyptian Yoga. You know, I don't know, but it gave me like a great overview on all, like most of the world's religions, especially the main ones, and how it connected to Egyptian mythology in a sense. I actually still have that book, and actually it's actually pretty cool. I actually had it more than 20 years already. Um, but is there like a website or even a group that you follow with, or some people that you follow with?
There's not a website for my specific temple, but there is Kemetic Orthodoxy. There are some differences between um, pre-dynastic Reconstruction Kemetics and Kemetic Orthodoxy because they're more revivalist than they are anything else. But it'll give you a general idea of what Kemetics believe as a whole. I'll find a link for you.
All right, cool. Now, is there any specific practices that's really important for you as following this particular path?
There are lots of different times of the year where different things are important. The lunar calendar, at least the Kemetic calendar, is divided into seasons. So there's, oh gosh, there's Peret, Estet, and Shomsu, and those all kind of separate down. So those are the seasons, and then there are 4 months within the season. So it's similar to the Gregorian calendar now. It's based on lunar instead of solar. The biggest holidays are what's called Wepet or Mpet, or the opening of the year, which is when the Hellenic rising of Sirius happens before sunrise. And then there's Zeptetepti, which is the renewing of the year, which happens in March. Lots of things like that.
Wow. And I'm sure, because I don't think I was here, I never really knew, but I'm sure you kind of went over why if you care to share, why you chose this path, and I guess how long have you been practicing it?
As far as practicing goes, I've been practicing for 7 years. Kemetic paganism, and I've been practicing paganism longer than that. How I became Kemetic is a long journey, but the short, yeah, exactly. But the short version is that I was pagan, and I researched a lot of different mythologies, and I kept having dreams about the Egyptian pantheon. And I looked up a random, I don't know, I had heard the name in a dream, and I looked it up, and it happened to be pre-dynastic Egypt. And so I started studying a lot of that, and then it just made sense. It I don't know that it was ever a defining moment that I decided, hey, I'm going to be Kemetic. It was more what the Kemetics believed in that time, how the Kemetics connected with nature around them, and the cycles of, growing the crops and the heat and the flood of the Nile and things like that. Just spoke to who I am as a human being, and so I never really left. I don't think there was ever aha moment or an epiphany moment where I was like, oh, I'm gonna abandon everything else and become Kemetic. It just kind of gradually happened.
Now, do you have others that practice with you, or you're basically alone on this? I don't know.
No, I'm actually the senior high priestess for all intents and purposes. There's an actual Kemetic word for it, but basically, I run the temple that I'm in now. But as far as because I teach, I teach the priests is what my job is. It's what I do. But there are other priests as well, and there are different hierarchies. There's what are called the innocents, or like the people who are interested in becoming Kemetic. They want to learn, Kemetic mythologies, what was important to the Kemetics, how to do proper offerings. They want to know historically what happened, where that's at. And then I kind of have what I call, I call them Reds. Because they know what happens as far as ritual is concerned, what's important, what's not important, how to remain ritually pure, blah, blah, blah. It's a long process, and there are different levels of becoming a priest or a priestess, or what they call wob in Kemetic. It literally means priest, or shimsu, which means follower. So it's kind of one of those things, but I mean, I have the person that taught me, but he's getting up there in age, so he's not really as active as he used to be, and so I've kind of taken over as the primary.
So, what do you do as a priestess? Like,
I have a personal shrine that I take care of. Each of the gods have their own statues. They get their own offerings. They get. Why are you making me hungry with turkey burgers? God damn it, Kevin. um. Anyways, I do the offerings for the gods, the rituals for the different feasts, like the Feast of Sekhmet, the Enid, which are the 9 divine, things like that. So I do all the preparations for that. I prepare all the texts because Egyptians are very, very, very specific. Some of the modern pagans tend to just kind of wing it. Like they'll cast a circle and be like, "Oh, today we're gonna, I don't know what the hell we're gonna do. We're gonna cast a goddamn circle." Whereas Kemetics pretty much plan it out. We know when it's happening. Like depending on, like for some, it's important that it happens at sunrise. It's important that it happens at nighttime. For instance, I wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning every day to do the morning dedication and lead the offerings. And I come home from lunch and I do those, and there are specific words that are said in a specific order for a specific reason. So basically, I'm in charge of keeping that intact.
Yeah, I really respect Kemetics. You guys have a lot of discipline. I mean, even more so than the Greeks. And the Greeks took a lot for the Egyptians. They very much respected and admired the Egyptians, as well as the Babylonians, for that matter. But yeah, it's beautiful, beautiful stuff. I was going to ask you, because you just brought it up, how does the Enneads differ from the Ogdad, like the 9 versus the 8? Because I remember there being one of the, I think it was technically a mythology that was 8 deities as opposed to 9. I don't remember which kingdom it was. Maybe I'm misinterpreting.
I've heard that there's 8 too, but I've never actually found the documentation for that.
Me either. It seems very loose.
It is, and the way that the Aeneid reads in the vertical text for hieroglyphics, there are 9. There are 9 what I like to call flagpoles. I don't know how inclusive everyone is with hieroglyphics, but literally the hieroglyph for it is like this, and there are 9 of them. And so I've always understood that the Aeneid is 9. But I have heard that there are 8, at some point in the mythologies, but I've never found out when that is. Now, in Egyptian, they're actually called pisets, but the Ignid is the ancient Greek word for the collection of. So that's kind of where that comes from. Although, now that I think about it, the 8 might have come in with Autumn, took over as the primary god because a lot of shit got screwed up around that time. So.
Well, I remember there being almost like Sigis, pairs.
Mm-hmm.
There were 4 pairs of deities, male and female, that were supposed to be an Okded. But that might be a much later addition to Egyptian mythology, like Hellenistic. Because I do know that there are occult orders that operate off of an Okdedic structure, though it's notably Greco-Egyptian. I was just curious if there were any antecedents in classical Greece, dynastic or even pre-dynastic Greece, that had an 8 as opposed to a 9.
It's interesting, though, because I can only remember 8 off the top of my head. There's Autumn, which is different than Onum, which came later. Autumn is like the one that came from the darkness. Then Shuf and Tefnut, Gebenut, then I'm going to say their Greek names, but it pains me in my little heart. Osiris, Isis, Set, and Nephis. That's only 8, but the Ignid is 9, so I can't remember who the other one is.
Maybe that was intentional. Because there was a concept in the ancient world sometimes that there were unknown. There were unknown deities, or deities that were less described. You really see this in Greek mythology with the protogenoi, the firstborn. A lot of them are described in very vague terms on purpose, because they're meant to be very primal, existing, in very early time.
Well, now it makes sense, because then you have the primeval waters of Nun, which Autumn came from, and then you have Shu, which literally represents air, Tefnut, which literally means moisture, and then Geb, earth, Nut, sky, and because it hurts me, I'm going to say them in Kemetic. And then you have Wisir, Aset, Set, and Nebetet, which are the children of Geb and Nut. So.
There are 2 things that I love using on the sort of very ultra-eclectic, kind of fluffy neo-pagans from the perspective of polytheism. They always say, it's Mother Earth and Father Sky. And the sun is the Lord, and the moon is the lady. I'm like, Egyptian and Canaanite, and they're like, what? Yeah, in Egyptian it's totally reversed with earth and sky, and in Canaanite and a lot of Near Eastern religions, the sun, Shamash, is female, and the moon, depending on which mythology, is usually male. They lose their crap. They can't handle it.
Yeah, their mind is blown. I had that conversation actually a few days ago, because someone was like, "Oh, the moon is female," and I was like, "What?" Because I'm so used to hearing Ra. Obviously, the sun is male, and then we have Kunus, which is also male, and he's the moon god. So I'm like, actually, they're both male, but I mean, if you're all right with. Because someone was like, oh, well, the sun died to give the moon his light or some crazy shit. I don't know. Some ridiculously over cheesy thing. And I was like, wait, are we talking about, not that it's a conceptual problem for me, but I'm like, in the Egyptian mythologies, they'd be gay as hell, I'm just saying. Like, they wouldn't be male and female.
Well, it's funny because I've made this correlation before, actually approaching paganism and polytheistic alternative spirituality from a comparative religious perspective. And a lot of these sort of things echo a sentiment that I've actually felt for a number of years, some of which is fairly obvious, but I take it much further. Wicca. And a lot of the sort of neo-Wicca, that's kind of what a lot of pagans end up practicing. They practice a watered-down Wicca, basically. It's well known that a lot of Wicca was inspired by Thelema, which is a form of Western esoteric tradition, which itself is hermetic. Well, some people say, oh, that's as far as it goes. No, I would actually argue that a lot of witchcraft, at least contemporary witchcraft, not necessarily folk magic practiced by different cultures, is basically just a paganized Hermeticism, which is totally consistent because Hermetic religion is, by definition, a magical religious syncretic tradition where you can correlate pretty much any deity you want into it. It was designed like that. Early Hermetism was basically one of the very first truly eclectic traditions that existed. But case in point to what we were just saying, the fact that they so strongly correlate the moon with female and the sun with male echoes to how much they're taking from Hermetic, Hellenistic, basically late Greek concepts. Because in Greek, that's standard. Pretty much all of the moon deities are female, like across the board, and all of the sun gods are male. Apollo, Helios, Selene, Artemis, they're all female, they're all male. Well, that wasn't always viewed. But then they really lose their crap when I start talking about Venus, the actual planet. Because yes, Aphrodite is associated with the planet Venus, but there are also twin deities, the morning and evening star, Hesperos and Esphoros, which were male and female. So Venus actually is sort of androgynous in a weird sort of way, and that's echoed by Near Eastern religions, which had very similar concepts. Astarte versus Atar, male versus female, correlated to that planet. So it's really, really interesting. But they usually can't handle when you actually get into the history of mythology. They're so convinced that this is how it is. It's funny.
Yeah, I get that too. And I get really frustrated, obviously, with the Greek uses of Kemetic names. But that's just my own personal anal retentiveness shining through. And so I have to constantly, have that conversation because people are like, oh, Isis is a mother goddess, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, let me tell you about Isis before she became Isis, because she was a mean-ass bitch, okay? And then, people are just so thrown off by the fact that the original Aset was not this nice, nurturing mother goddess that everyone has made Isis out to be.
Well, I've always made a sort of compromise when I talk to people about Egyptian from an outside perspective. Yeah, Isis, sure, but it's arguable that because there's a Greek name for the Egyptian deity, that Isis represents a much later adaptation of that earlier Egyptian deity by the Greeks and the Romans. So you could argue that it's a more Romanized version of the Egyptian deity. But that's going all across the board. As I was mentioning earlier, just some people in here, there's a Roman version. I was talking to James. That's what it was. He was talking about how he found it was frustrating that people assume that Roman and Greek are exactly the same when they're not. Apollo is a perfect example. Apollo is the Roman form. Apollon is the Greek. Apollo is much more solar. In some instances, particularly in Hellenistic and Hermetic beliefs, they're basically the same deity. Apollo and Helios are the same deity. And he's almost purely a god of the sun. Whereas the earlier Greek Apollon was a god of both life and death. He was very dualized, and his associations were far less clean and neat. He was meant to represent how healing and illumination is twofold, that you could just as easily find folly as you could success. And it's you tread carefully when you consult Apollo. So it's really interesting.
I was going to ask about the Egyptian gods and why do some of them, and I'm thinking about a lot of Hindu concepts too, of how we have a carnal nature in a way, like more animalistic, and then we get into more divine aspects, more angelic aspects. why, like, for example, the god Horus, I don't know if that came later or before, but then you have, Horus and Set, and why do they have animal features?
The reason that has been given by most scholars as far as why the Egyptians have animalistic features is A, association. Most people in ancient Egypt, unless you were a scribe or of high office, you were illiterate. Um, I mean, you knew which god was which by what they represented, their tokens, if you will. Like, for instance, Sekhmet is obviously the lioness. Most people attribute that to her. They also attribute her crown that she wears. She wears the Egypt on her head. Pitta is known for his scepter. So those were really their identification more than anything else, as far as most scholars are concerned. It's not so much that the god is that animal or that animal is like that. Later on, it gets into, especially with Hapi, who is presiding over the Nile. Later, it gets into that those animals are sacred. And so, I mean, if you're gonna petition Hapi, basically you're gonna be nice to the hippopotamuses in the Nile. And, I mean, you're not gonna hunt them for their ivory or anything like that. If you're gonna go to a Nipu, obviously you're gonna hold the jackals in sacred regards, and so on and so forth.
I want to know in particular now, do you know when animals started becoming not just representatives, but more as symbolic for an attribute? Like, one example is the snake. My understanding is that the snake actually represented the mind, consciousness in a way. I don't know how true that is, but is there any significance to that?
Okay, I'm gonna answer multiple questions at once. Reuven, yes, sort of, mainly. If you were killed by a hippopotamus, you pissed off Hapi in some way, form, or fashion. Usually, is how they attribute that to you. Same way with of a lion. If you were killed by a lion or you were stuffed in a lion's skin, then you were getting the wrath of Sekhmet. As far as animal associations, I'm not really sure when that started. I kind of lose interest around the Middle Kingdom because the New Kingdom is full of a lot of Greek for me, and as much as I love Kevin and his Greekness, Greek is not my forte. But the snake, the only snake that I can think of off the top of my head is Apep. And Apep is the snake of, I'm gonna say evil, but he's not really evil. And he is who you had to get past while traveling to Duat or to be judged. So I think that's kind of why people attribute the snake to the mind. Because if you knew in your mind you were guilty, then you were inevitably going to die, and your soul is going to be fed to a Met, which is also not any good fun, but
One of the things that I noticed too is some of the tombs where they have a snake like on their crown. And I don't know how true this is, but they have that section of the crown is towards a part of a brain. I don't know how much the Egyptians back then actually knew about the anatomy of the brain and what it signified and what they thought about. Do you have any conceptions or any thoughts or any knowledge about that?
The Egyptians knew a lot about anatomy, mainly because during mummification, well, you learn a lot about the body. As far as the snake goes, the snake, if I remember correctly, was Lower Egypt. When Egypt was unified, they took the crown of Lower Egypt and Upper Egypt and melded them together, and so that's why you see the white part and then the red part, and then you see the gold crown with the snake, because that's the unification. Most of the kings after that, or the pharaohs after that, had both. And I mean, later on, you could draw parallels between what part of the brain that is versus that. I mean, the Egyptians had extensive knowledge of where the brain was, how to get the brain out, where the kidneys were. I mean, they were very good surgeons. They were very good about cutting the right body part out at the right time. But I can't speak to exactly how much that would translate into what they knew about what part of the mind that would conceptualize.
Now, for your path, did that influence your career, or this was something before?
No, that just happens to be a happy coincidence.
Oh, okay.
That I work in the death industry and worship an ancient Egyptian civilization that was very into death.
Well, I know, the Egyptians were very, you could call it obsessed with the afterlife itself, and how carefully they took organs and mummified, individuals. But that's something that I guess I gotta keep studying. I was really fascinated by it. Actually, no. I'd rather be wrapped and put on the ground. I'm just responding to Ruben.
I'm actually gonna be buried like a Jew. I'm gonna be buried in a pine box, and wrapped in linen.
I think a lot of people get wrapped around the idea, no pun intended, that burial practices were standard all the way across the board, that everyone was buried in the exact same way. And what we see from the archaeological record is definitely not the case. In ancient Greece, it was just as common for people to be cremated as it was for them to be buried, as it was for them to be wrapped, as it was for them to be put in like catacombs or something to that effect. And you saw that particularly with the Romans, who saw all sorts of different burial practices. And if you really look out into the world, into the broader spectrum of different cultures, all across the board, you see every form of burial practice in some region or another being manifested at some point or another. The main three we see: mummification, cremation, and burial. But there are other forms. For instance, in pre-Islamic Arabia, among the Nabateans and the Sabbateans, it was often common for a person to be left in a somewhat covered area, and for their bones to be picked clean by carrion. And they would go back to the place where their family member was buried, and family members would take a piece of their body, they would take a bone with them as a memento of that family member. Obviously, the head of household would take the skull, and most everyone else would take a femur or a collection of bones. And sometimes those bones would actually be inscribed, other times they'd be cremated, and a portion of that ancestor would be taken with them. So there are definitely even more ways of dealing with the dead than even just those three. Oh, you're talking about the coins? That was definitely something that some of the Greeks did when they would, whether they would bury somebody or cremate them, but particularly before cremation, they would put 2 coins on the body over their eyes Sometimes they would actually put it in the mouth. They'd put a large coin in the person's mouth. And that was a tradition that was in place to pay the ferryman. The idea that is when you entered into the realm beyond worldly concern, into the underworld, that you would give the ferryman his due so that the person would enter into the underworld. There were a whole host of other sorts of traditions that reflected the idea, like wailing during ceremonies. Many death ceremonies were long, particularly if the person was prominent, days on end, potentially weeks if it was a very prominent member. And all that was there for was to make sure that the person went to the underworld, stayed there. Because one of the worst things to the Greeks was a shade, a ghost that would stay behind and haunt the ever-loving fuck out of you. And that's where we get the term necromancy from, necromantia, which is speaking with the dead. And it was viewed with a great deal of taboo and suspicion because it was expected if you did your rituals correctly, you wouldn't have to speak to the dead. You wouldn't have to ask them to leave the earthly realm, that they would enter into the underworld undeterred and without unfinished business. Mantia is basically oracle. Mantia is a mantis or manteus was a person who spoke or received messages from the other world, from the divine, or from the dead. An oracle.
Yeah, I could see some people not liking cremation, but for me it just feels right.
Like in very cold places, cremation was probably more rational in a sense, where you had very hard ground. Instead of, there's even some Native American cultures up north where they didn't even bury them. They actually, it's like a bump bed, and they wrapped them and they put them.
A pyre.
A pyre, yeah, correct.
Yeah. Oftentimes, what they would do is they would make a raised platform and put thatch and sticks, branches in and around this platform. Sometimes it would actually be buried in the ground. They would actually make a cavern and then put thatch and burnable materials in there. And oftentimes the traditional way of cremating somebody is you wrap the body. You treat the body with respect and put them in there. But there were many forms of cremation where it was open. Obviously, one of the most ubiquitous forms is among the Scandinavians. They would put a person on a boat, a large ship, particularly one that they owned, with many of their rituals, with many of the possessions. And in very ancient times, those people would often be buried with family members and slaves, burned alive in some instances. So.
Alright, well this is gonna get really morbid, and I apologize ahead of time, but I work in the death industry, so I don't really care. From a standpoint as far as now, even people that get cremated, well, you make my job 1 billion times easier. Because you're pretty small by the time you're burned up and you get to me, so it's pretty easy for me to take care of that. Whereas digging a 6-foot by 8-foot hole isn't very much fun, especially when you have to dig in there and put an outside container, and then you have to make sure that it seals properly, yada yada yada. I really just wish that we would go back to simple burials. Like, why do we have to make this crap so complicated? Like, whatever happened to just being like, okay, this person has passed, let's treat their body with respect, let's clean it, let's give them a proper service, a proper send-off, blah, blah, blah. Like, all this additional crap is just annoying. And do you know how much paperwork it takes to bury someone? It's ridiculous. Ridiculous.
There's a whole host of reasons why burial has now become the sort of extremely expensive sealed wood box with a cement vault in the ground. And some of those reasons are actually somewhat medical, really harkening back to the Middle Ages with the Black Plague and various other plagues that were rampant at the time, and there was a fear that certain diseases would be spread. Some of that, both in correlation with that, but also present just because of their lack of understanding of certain things or their own fears, some of them cultural, some of them religious, that the dead would rise up from the grave. So they wanted to keep the bodies buried in certain contexts and things like that. But one of the main reasons why, particularly in the West, that people are buried in these like pristine caskets in the ground like that was a view that was eschatological within Christianity, that their body would rise up from the grave at the end times, that they would have their body back in the second coming. So, but I agree with you. I think two are probably the best ways of dealing with the dead would be a green burial, where you're buried in a simple pine box in the ground. And they actually, in some areas of the United States, they actually have land set aside for this, almost like parks, like national parks that are set aside for people to bury their dead. And then they also have, which is probably what I would end up doing if I was able to score it, they have areas where they have a cement slab, and it's a pit where they burn bodies. I mean, it's an open air crematorium basically, without all the sort of bells and whistles, and they burn you right there. My friend Tim, who I think I may have mentioned once or twice to Isabella, is a heathen, and he wants to be buried in Viking fashion. So, sent out on a boat and have archers shoot him with flaming arrows, which I think would be awesome.
They let someone do that not very long ago.
I'd be all for that kind of funeral. That's high on my list of possibilities that I want to request.
Yeah.
They let someone do it. It's not very common that they let them do it, but they do let you do it. You know the right people, I suppose.
I just don't want my family members to have to spend thousands of dollars to deal with me when I'm dead.
I'm right there with you. Completely understand. Hell, I work in the death industry, and people are like, God, that's expensive. I'm all like, you have no idea.
I honestly don't understand spending the money on the dead. I mean, that's like the last thing I want to spend money on. And when I'm dead, I'm the last thing I want someone that cares about me to spend money on. I mean, spend it on yourself, the living, your family that's still breathing. It just the cheapest way and the quickest way you can make me part of the earth again or the universe. Give back that material as fast as possible. That would make me the happiest.
I don't even want a tombstone. I'll be wrapped, put into the ground. Doesn't even have to be a casket, but if it's going to be a casket, it has to be wooden.
I do kind of want a marker that I existed, though. So
instead of my tomb, I want a tree.
That's what I was going to mention.
Yeah,
that's a really good idea.
That's what I want. I just want a tree. It could be a tree that's still standing, something underneath, and that's where I'm at.
Oh, yeah.
But if there's going to give me a tombstone, it has to be really small into the ground. But other than that, I think I'll be pretty happy. I wouldn't like for my body to be put in some mural and some big piece, and I was like, it's kind of embarrassing, actually.
I like the nice stone flat pieces. They're usually about a foot long and maybe half a foot wide, and it just has a simple inscription, person's name, when they lived and when they died, and a quote. And it's set into the ground. That's probably the best headset.
Perfect for me too.
Those are 24 by 12, and they're great.
Yep.
And I love them. I'm not being embalmed, which really pisses people off, but they'll get over it.
No, me either. I wouldn't want to do that either.
I have a specific order that says, should I ever die, like from a car crash or something, that I'm not to be embalmed, and that I'm to be buried within 24 hours. And then you can have a memorial later.
I need to get the stuff like set up, just so that I can have my wishes. I don't know. I was like, it's not like I'm planning on dying anytime soon, but I could. And
hey, I have a lady that bought her plots in the 1920s, and she paid $15 for it. This woman's like 100 and something now, and has outlived 5 of her husbands. But when the woman dies, she doesn't owe anybody anything.
I don't think I was around to buy something at $15, but yeah, that would have been a great deal.
Yeah.
Except for then, $15 probably was like real money.
Yeah. In 1920, they still had real money.
Well, a loaf of bread was like, what, 2 cents?
Yeah, something like that.
Probably
It was
like
a pence at the turn of the century. Half pence in a later part of the 19th century. So think of it that way. If a loaf of bread right now, a decent loaf of bread is what, $2 or $3?
Yeah.
Good bread. So versus 2 cents. So $15 is what, 100 something?
I usually pay about $3 to $4 for a loaf of bread, but
yeah.
you can get like a cheap loaf is like $2, or a little under $2, like $1.90.
Yeah. I get the dollar bread and toast it. Works out real well.
I don't even think we have dollar bread, like anywhere that I've seen.
Well, it's over $1, but it's around $1. It's a cheap stuff.
No, like
Regular
honestly,
old
down here,
white
like a cheap loaf of bread, like the cheapest one I've seen is probably $1.75. So that's like closer to $2.
Yeah.
That's because you live in a place where everyone hates you, and they have expensive ass bread.
Yeah. And the gasoline still isn't as cheap as it is in Kansas. But it's cheaper where I'm at now than where I was.
Hey, take it and just be alright with it.
So what do you guys, on a similar but less morbid subject, what are your guys' opinions of marriages, marriage ceremonies, and dealing with the sort of eccentricities, particularly if you have a different spiritual tradition or your wife, husband, or significant other is of a different spiritual tradition?
I'm jaded about weddings, and therefore I will refrain from having an opinion.
Got it.
I don't believe in weddings.
Hmm.
But ceremony, I could see a ceremony to dedicate your being with someone, kind of like a wedding. But I don't like the idea of a contract between two people to live with one another. I think that kind of cheapens it.
No, I think so too.
That's generally what I feel is a marriage, and I don't like that. So that's my own. But I would get married if the other person meant that much to me, and that's what they wanted. They could probably convince me. I would cave pretty fast, I imagine.
Makes sense.
I can confirm that you'll cave fairly fast.
All right then. I see how it is. What was I going to say? I think I might have mentioned already before Isabel said that my brother ended up getting married. And the way he did it, and this was a couple of weeks ago, several months prior to that, around the time that I ended up getting the place that I'm currently in, moving out, it dovetailed. I was able to get my space and start moving out around the time that he actually had a private ceremony with in their church, with just them and their pastor. And then the ceremony they were planning, the actual big wedding, is like a covenant ceremony. So it was to affirm their wedding, which I think was a good idea. Takes the pressure off of the ceremony.
I don't know. I guess I'm just jaded because I had a horrible first marriage, and I would prefer never, ever to relive that ever again.
I understand.
Yeah.
On a,
you should have gotten married to somebody else. That's all I'm saying.
Are you hinting? Are you trying to be? Why don't you just come out and say it, Christopher, instead of beating around the goddamn bush?
Well, he likes Bush, so. Kidding.
Go ahead. Go ahead. You walked yourself into a corner.
Well, you know I'm awesome.
Nice. I was talking to my friend Tim, who I just mentioned previously, and he has some old friends from school. He's still in good talk. They live in the same town he does, and one of them, her name's it's not Catherine. It's something with a K. Anyway, she's a good friend of his, and she's in a long-term relationship with this guy, and they're not engaged yet, but they both approached him and said that when they do end up getting engaged and years later when they end up getting married, if that's in the cards, that they want him to perform the ceremony. They're both very alternative as well, so the ceremony will likely be very, not ecumenical, but I don't know if it's secular or just kind of open universalist, I suppose. And I was talking to Tim about it, and we've talked about it before, that you can get a marriage license or you can get a license to perform marriages through several different organizations. I think one of them is the Universal Life Church, which is kind of like Interfaith, I suppose. A lot of pagans I've met over the years, they were ordained through the UUC or whatever it is, or ULC.
Yeah, it's ULC, because that's how I got my first ordination. Well, that's how I got my second ordination. I don't know. I used to believe in marriage and all kinds of cuddly, warm feelings, and then my first husband just screwed it up for everyone. So.
Got it.
And all I was stating is I'm better than that guy.
What? You can't talk shit when I pull my headphones out. What did you say?
Oh, I said all I was saying was I'm better than that guy, your first husband. So I'm comparing myself to.
I don't know.
I'm not much of a marriage person myself for a variety of reasons, many of which I've mentioned on a few occasions. Yeah. But I am the kind of person that likes to celebrate. With other people. If I see some kind of ceremony or whatever with people, whether it's a marriage or something else where people are involved in being genuine, then I'm in support of it. Even if I don't necessarily follow the same philosophy, belief system, whatever the case may be. I just enjoy it when people are able to get together and not be dramatic, and not start fights with one another, can actually join for something meaningful, even if it's not something that I do.
All right.
So that's how I look at it, and that's basically the philosophy I took when I was a groomsman for my brother's wedding. It's like, wow, they're two good people who are doing something for each other. So.
Well, and that's kind of the stance I took at my sister's wedding too. Is that I was like, well, I mean, I guess, and I was her maid of honor. I mean.
You just sound like every man when his significant other asks them to do something for that person. You're like, well, I mean, I guess.
I'm sorry.
No, I thought it was funny. That was about as reluctant to do something as someone has ever expressed.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie and be like, oh, I'm so excited to get married. Because that's what they want to do, exactly. I want to go through being married again and having to pay for a divorce. That sounds like so much fun. That's me being sarcastic.
I don't think most of them plan on the divorce, though.
Well, I didn't
I'm
plan on the divorce
Happens to
either,
half
but
of them.
I don't mean to be mean here,
yeah,
but one of my opinions about marriage is that whether you are boyfriend, girlfriend, boyfriend, boyfriend, girlfriend, girlfriend, whatever the case may be, or
yeah,
married or engaged or whatever, you should have your own shit. And
agreed.
and so often, though it's not always the case, I see women are the ones who are forcing communal property, where they want the man to share everything with her, for all of their shit to be shared.
I guess I'm thankful for the fact that I don't really have that. I'm like, nah, I'm cool. I have my own house, my own couch, my own car, my own, whatever. You do your shit, I'll do mine. It's cool. We don't need shared bank accounts. We don't need shared loans. Like, let's not do that.
You can have some property that's shared, your fridge, your couch, a few things in the house if you're living together. Sure. But you should always have something that is yours. Your own bank account, your own possessions, things that are yours that were paid for with your own money. So you have a separation of space in the same way that, guys should have guy time and girls should have girl time. You should be able to go out, even if you're in a long-term marriage, you should be able to go out and just hang with your buddies, male or female. And one of the number one reasons why relationships at whatever level break up is money. It's possessions. Talk to any marriage therapist, they will tell you that's the case. It's always money.
My best friend, his girlfriend, they had like a shared bank account. I don't think they got married. They had a shared bank account and they were buying a house together. And then she pretty much just skipped out of that shared bank account with her, and then left him with a house to pay.
That's fucked up.
Yeah. And later he got screwed on his taxes, jumping between living in two different states, some timing issue, and he got a penalty for that. So he's had nothing but like some financial misfortune.
Are you talking about Robert and his Hawaiian girlfriend?
Yeah, her and him. Yes, those two.
Sounds like a funny story. Hawaiian girlfriend. Yeah, I don't know why. That just sounds hilarious to me.
I can't look. I'm terrible with names. I'm good to remember my own goddamn name half the time.
It's good shit.
So I'll just make up whatever tends to float my boat at that particular moment, and that's what you'll be.
We called her Mona, but I think she has a name with like whatever. I'd say it's traditionally Hawaiian, but I don't think there's anything that's truly traditionally Hawaiian anymore. They claim spam, so I don't believe anything they tell me.
Spam?
Why would you bring up that godless meat? Why would you do
Because
it?
it's a traditional Hawaiian meal.
Spam could only be worse if it was vegan.
No, that's terrible. Like,
exists.
spam is the bane of, like, the disgusting meats. Like,
I love that.
They eat it with, like, everything in Hawaii.
no, it's disgusting.
Ruben was saying that spam was invented by the demiurgos. It's good. The demiurge. It's good stuff.
I'm sure. Oh, no, spam's so gross.
Yes.
It makes me want to choke.
One of the things that you'll get if you ever go to Hawaii is just the excessive amounts of pineapple. Like, goddamn. Pineapple everything.
If it's not pineapple, it's coconut.
Yeah, pineapple and coconut.
I didn't even know you could coconut so much stuff.
I don't know. I can't talk because I use coconut oil for fucking everything. I use coconut juice. I use coconut milk.
I don't like the meat of a coconut, but I actually do like the milk of a coconut, and I do like the oil.
I'm the other way around.
I like the actual nut and not the milk.
I don't like the texture. I sound like a big 5-year-old, but it's true. That's what I told the guy at work about onions. He's like, I can't eat onions. I don't like the texture and how they got the skin on them and stuff. And I go, what are you, 5?
Oh my gosh.
And what man doesn't like onions? I mean, it's just weird to me.
I don't know, because I had that conversation too. Somebody was like, I don't like onions, and I was like, that's just fucking unnatural. Like, stop it. It's like saying you don't like ice cream.
Even people who don't like vegetables like onions. I mean, it's one of those, like, few vegetables that people feel like they're getting away with something. The only thing that's worse than that is like a potato. Everybody likes potatoes.
Yeah, because potatoes are delicious. Actually, I really want one now. Damn it.
So now you want potatoes and turkey burgers?
I do! I love food. Ask Christopher. Food is like my best friend. Fucking love that shit.
I don't know if that's cute or sad.
That I like food?
That it's your best friend.
I don't really like people. People lie. I'd rather just eat food. It doesn't talk back.
Fair enough. What about Soylent Green?
Huh?
It's made from people.
What's made from people?
Soylent Green.
I didn't know that.
You don't get the reference, huh? That's too bad.
Nope.
Apparently not. Apparently not. You want to explain it to me?
You want to feel this one?
No, you can have it, but I'm going back to what I said. The only people I'll eat are vegans and vegetarians.
That probably tastes better.
Well, I made a pact not to eat other things that eat meat. So, like, I put vegans on the menu.
Soylent Green is a sci-fi movie that is kind of one of those dystopic type films in the far future. And they're dealing with like a horrible political situation, and it's kind of like almost like a totalitarian state. And basically, throughout the film, they eventually find out that the Soylent Green, which is the sort of thing that they're all being fed, that it's their standard food, is actually made from people.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's why I didn't get it, because I've never seen that movie.
It's kind of like a meat pie in Sweeney Todd.
You must send me that picture, Ruben. It is required. I'm going to piss off a bunch of people on Facebook.
Hooray! That's my favorite thing to do.
Favorite pastime?
Although I got really irritated earlier because one of the people who I constantly have arguments with posted a picture of like just, oh god, that was disgusting. Like, it literally made me sick to my stomach, and I ranted about it. Yeah, so sorry. This bad.
Yeah, that thing earlier. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's one of the conversations that I brought up a couple times, and so has Ruben, in some of the rooms about vegans. I think a lot of vegans that I've met over the years, and that have been friends or boyfriends of girlfriends of friends and that kind of thing, they've almost always been secular, if not like really militant atheists. There's definitely exceptions to that rule. I've met plenty of pagans, Christians, and the like that are, vegan. But like every time like I hear them going off about this, that, or whatever, they never address the historical context of vegan and vegetarian diets. the fact that, you know, throughout most of history, when somebody would not eat meat, it was usually for spiritual reasons or as some kind of vow or devotion to a particular cult or a mystery tradition. Like, you know, Pythagoras as an example, and obviously a lot of East Asian religions, and I'm sure there's definitely analogs to it in ancient Egypt, or if not full-blown vegan or vegetarian, some kind of dietary restriction. So, and you were mentioning earlier that one of the months in your festival year that you don't eat meat, and I've actually had one that I do. Not every year, but there have been years that I've taken the vow during Sagittarian, which is sacred to Apollo. He actually has a festival called Targeria, which is a purification festival. So sometimes what I'll do is, for that lunar cycle, or leading up to the actual festival, and then, you know, ceasing it after the festival's over, I won't eat meat as a sort of cleanse. And it's been nice. It's a nice means of personal discipline, and I usually get a very good experience from it because there's a contrast, you know.
Yeah.
But that's how I see it. You know, it's like, why are you vegan? That's the question I always ask, and like most of those kind of like, you know, hipster vegans are like the really, like it's a trend for them to be vegan. They don't understand that. They just think that this is truth and that everybody should adopt it. They never make compromises. They're never like, well, I personally don't think that we should eat meat, so I think we should encourage society to eat less of it. You know, if people were to be able to depend on less meat, you know, things could be better. There would be less suffering in the world. People could have better diets as a result of it. But the expectation is it's either my way or you're a horrible, evil monster that rapes sheep for a living. You know, it's like that's the way it works for them in a lot of cases.
I love making those people angry.
Yeah, me too.
I really do.
But they're the exception, not the rule. They're just the ones that are the loudest, the ones that get in your face and are just complete assholes about it.
Well, the reason I find it entertaining, and maybe I have far more fun with it than I probably should, is because I used to be a vegetarian, and that was just because I didn't like the texture of meat. It wasn't that I was on some like whale saving kick or anything. I just didn't like the texture of meat, so I didn't eat it. I mean, outside that, look, if you want the goddamn cheeseburger, by all means, stuff your face with a cheeseburger. Like, I just don't like how it tastes. I'm not like that now, and so it just cracks me up because they're like, oh, you never know because you've never tried it. And I was like, actually, I was vegetarian for a very long time. It's just...
It's very good. Very good, Ruben.
Now, if I want some meat, that's what I'm going to eat because I friggin' feel like it.
I mostly, you know, when I've had control of my diet and I've had my budget everywhere, particularly when I live on my own like I do now, and I have for the last 4 or 5 months, I eat primarily chicken, followed by fish. And then I have pork and beef on occasion, and I buy the good stuff. You know, I spend a little more. It's a treat for me. I eat mostly vegetables and rice and beans and all that kind of stuff. And I like it. It feels good. But, you know, I go out to dinner, you know, a few times a week too. So, but, I mean, I've had a good old time having full-on vegan food. There's a vegan Thai place down the street from me that I really like. The people there are really nice. The food's really good. But I usually don't go for the tofu, like, substitute. If I'm going to have vegan food, I'm going to have vegan food. So what I usually do is I get a vegan curry. Like, just tons of vegetables, potatoes, corn, carrots, the whole deal. And I enjoy that a lot more than, like, oh, you know, here's some, like, spongy-ass tofu that doesn't really need to be there. Though I do like textured vegetable protein now and again. It does taste pretty good sometimes.
I have the same problem. Well, and I mean, I have the same exact thing because, I mean, when I fly, I eat vegan. And it's not because I'm like, oh, I'm going to be healthy. It's because I'm hungry and that shit looks delicious, so I'm going to eat it. Like, it's not, for me, it's like, oh, that looks good. Yeah. And then people are like, oh, that's a good choice. You know, way to save the animals. And I'm like, no, trust me, if that hamburger looked delicious, that's what I'd goddamn eat. If I want a big fat piece of meat and some cheese on some bread, I'm gonna eat it. And they're like, oh, well, that's, you know, I don't understand. Like, why is it any of your business what I put in my mouth? If I want to put pie in my mouth all goddamn day, that's what I'm going to do. It's none of your damn business.
It's the same argument with sex. You don't want people telling you what to put in your mouth.
It is the same argument with sex. Look, what I do behind closed doors is behind me and somebody else. I'm going to talk about it, and you'll know about it. And if you ask a question, I'll tell you. But don't tell me how to do it. God damn it, I'm perfectly good at doing it myself. Ask Christopher.
Very good, very good.
I don't need help. I got it just fine.
She can manage.
See? Hell, while we're on the conversation, if you're really curious, just get me excited and watch what happens.
I don't think I'm gonna open that door. I think we'll be good.
Oh.
That's good. That's good, Ruben.
Don't be a Nazi, eat meat. Yes, all the meat.
I'm trying to think of what I would do if I didn't eat meat. I don't think I could give up like dairy if I didn't eat meat. I think I would be. I would have a rough time, and not having at least one or the other of those two.
Are you more of a like dairy in things kind of person, or you just really enjoy a glass of milk?
Glass of milk, not necessarily, but I love butter and cheeses. But yeah, I'll cook with milk. I like to make a curry or something, use milk or in stews and things like that.
Okay.
I'll have a glass of milk with like breakfast usually because it doesn't take any time to really pour a glass of milk. Sometimes that is breakfast, is a couple of glasses of milk because it's a pretty good balance of something you can readily eat. So I don't know.
Sense. I like me some cheese too. I had some cheese earlier.
I love cheese.
Ridiculous.
But the animals got to live.
You know, my assistant was talking to me earlier about how I shouldn't drink milk or like eat yogurt or something because like they take the baby cows away from the mama. And I'm like, yeah, but I really want this yogurt, so I'm gonna eat it.
You heartless bastard.
I know, I'm taking baby cows away from their mom. I'm so ashamed. But damn, that yogurt was delicious.
Yeah. Well, there are practices that could be better for those animals, but just because you're not eating those products doesn't mean that they're not going to keep treating those animals that way. I mean, if enough people weren't eating it, it could hurt the industry. But what happens when we're not farming cows? I mean, they're not going to survive in the wild. I mean, there's no other future for a cow. So, you know, reform has to come in policy, not boycott. It's not nearly as effective as a lot of people make it sound. It's silly. It doesn't even make sense.
It's idealism. It's this expectation that things can just change overnight. We'll live in an idyllic world.
The stuff that we've hyper-domesticated.
God damn it.
Oh, and I eat a lot of cottage cheese too.
Now I'm hungry and I don't want to go to the store. It's all your fault.
Probably unhealthy amount of cottage cheese. Yes, cottage cheese. Yes, I am white. I thought we had this nailed down. I'm kind of an off-white, a little beige-ish, but that's about it.
Are you off-white, or are you just white and really off?
It depends
I think
on how.
either works.
Yeah, I was about to say it depends on which one you're defining for the day.
Ridiculous.
Or really on, depending on your moral compass. Oh, God. Turtle soup's delicious, though. Just saying.
I don't think I've had turtle soup.
It's fantastic.
No, I'll have to give it a try. It sounds like it'd be pretty expensive.
I don't know. I just cut the turtle out of its shell and cooked it.
Scoop it out.
Pretty much. And then you have a really cool turtle shell. Just wait for it to dry out.
Mm-hmm. Did I tell you about the alcohol I bought?
No.
I shall show you. Hold on. So I really like anise liqueurs, pastis, absinthe, and the like, and I got some uso. It's called Uso Babayani.
I bet that's delicious.
It was really good. It was a lot better than one of the other ones I'd had. I really like the flavor. It has some unique characteristics to it that separate it from pastis, so I feel like I have something different. I like anise liqueurs which are distinct enough to be different. They have different ingredients, because the whole point of anise liqueurs is it's not just the star anise. It has other herbs in it that give it different flavors.
I wish I knew what I had the other day, because that crap was delicious. A friend of mine, I had practice. I had dance practice, and we had literally 2-day workshops where we had 8 hours a day working on the dances. So by the time I got done with practice, I was exhausted. And a friend of mine made me dinner and had wine, and I didn't even think to look, and it was, oh my God, it was great.
Was it really dry?
It was dry, but it was a white dry, and I usually don't like white dry. And I have no idea what it was, but God damn, it was good.
Was it a Riesling?
Huh?
Was it a Riesling?
It might have been. I should ask, because I really want.
Well, you got you have a Riesling. You have some of the Zinfandels. A Pinot Grigio is a pretty common white wine. Riesling's German. They make really good white wine because they really have red grapes.
I had I was leaving after watching The House for my uncle, and he took me to some like breweries and some wineries, and I had a sampler. It had like 6 different kinds of beer in like shot glasses, and I think I named the style of all but one of them, and we were doing it like blindfold, so I couldn't see the color, and he was like, "How do you do that?" And then we went to the first winery we went to. They handed out a sample, and I was drinking it, and I said it was a Riesling, and then the guy comes out and he says, "What you have in your hand here is our Riesling," and I was like, and he just turns to me, he just shrugs, he's like, "How do you do that?" And I'm like, "I went to college. If you can drink cheap alcohol and tell what you're drinking, the good stuff is easy."
That's true, because the good stuff is good because it's distinct.
Yeah, it is very distinct. Whereas, like, the cheap stuff I got to where I could kind of tell the difference, but still, it's a rough shot. But when you know what it's trying to be and you have the real thing, it's a lot easier to tell.
I'm just really impressed with this Uso because normally the ones I get are pastisses, like Rical and Pernod. And those are like $20, $25, sometimes $30, and they taste really good. The Uso I had before was like, it was just like somebody gave it to me. I guess they got it cheap. And when I looked at this bottle, it was like $16 or $17. I was like, this can't be that good, but it's got a really cool label, and I checked the brand, and it was really highly rated. And I took it home like, wow, this tastes like a $30 liqueur. So I'm very impressed. There's a whole thing behind it too, and I was telling Avern about it a while ago, or at least I briefly mentioned it. I typically, wine is my deal, particularly because of Dionysus. But I also like beers and ciders, and I have particular ones I like. I like a lot of brown ales and stouts and ambers for beers, and ciders. I like a lot of different ciders. There's only a few ciders that I absolutely hate. But I don't really drink hard liquor as much. There's usually ones I don't like. I mean, for a while I would have vodka or gin, but I just wasn't really into that. And I can appreciate a nice whiskey, but I don't tend to like dark liquors either. But I have a soft spot for anise liqueurs. It's like my favorite drink, and particularly it's because of how it's drank. When you drink an anise liqueur, particularly like absinthe and pastisses, you pour it into the glass, and then depending on how you want to do it, but generally you put a spoon on top with 2 ice cubes or 2 sugar cubes, and pour the water over it, and it melts into the thing. So it has a little bit of sugar and a little bit of water. And what happens because of the anise, when water hits these liqueurs, they change color. They become opaque. They go from usually clear or light green, or sometimes light yellow, to like a milky, almost white color. It's called the Uso effect, or louching if you're talking with the French. And it's really cool. It's got a very cool vibe to it. But I was thinking about it the other day. I was sort of contemplating about it, and how the sort of affectation of particularly absinthe drinking seems to resonate with Dionysus. The sort of talking to the green fairy, it very much has this sort of rustic god kind of concept, nymphoi and daemoness, and the intoxication is romanticized in this very similar sense to how wine was with the Maenads and the Dionysian cult. And I was like, I wonder if I could incorporate this favorite drink of mine into my Dionysian stuff, the mysteries that I do. So I bought a bottle the other day, and it's right at Antisteria, so I dedicated it to him, and I had a drink last night, and it was a really wonderful experience. So I'm going to start including it as a regular thing for Dionysus. He approved.
Yeah, you're making. People have been mentioning ciders, and it's been a long time since I've had a cider, so now I really want one of those. So.
Do you like sweet, dry, effervescent? Any preference?
I usually go with something dry, but I'm thinking I'm going to go with something. I think I want to try something sweet, just to have a change of pace.
A good start would be Wyder's, W-Y-D-E-R. They have a really excellent perry, and the raspberry cider is particularly sweet
and that's probably right up your ballgame. And it's a little more tart, so it really balances out the sweetness really well. It's also pretty easy to find, and it's not expensive, but it tastes a lot better than some of the really dirt cheap ciders. I also like Fox Barrel cider. They have a black currant cider that is phenomenal. Ace is also good, also on the sweeter side. But if you want a strong hard cider, go with Strongbow. That's a really good one. You can get it in like a big bottle.
I have had some Fox Barrel. I had their whatever their standard one is, and I also had a black currant one from them. And yeah, I did enjoy those. They're like a lighter taste than some of the other ones I had. I can't remember what else I had, but I've had a lot of really, and they look dark too, and they taste like they look, but I can't remember what those were.
Have you had Asphalt? ASPHALL. It's a British cider.
I don't think so.
It's like the champagne of ciders. It's really light and bubbly. It's pretty decent. But I would say, like, your Whiters is good. Personally, stay the fuck away from Hornsby. That is fucking gross. Horrible cider.
I think I've had some stuff from them, but I don't remember what it was like. And it sounds like it was for the best.
You know, like when you've had a soda and it's pretty sweet to start, but it has a weird aftertaste, particularly if you get it out the tap. That's what Hornsby tastes like. It has a really lingering, kind of gross, it's not even tart, it's like hyper caramelly sweet in the background. It just does not taste very good. You might have a different experience, but I can say Whiters is the good one. Case in point, the main cider that a lot of the Renaissance fairs I go to serve is Whiters. That is their standard cider. It is good, it's solid. It's a really solid cider. And they have a good degree of variety.
Yeah, I'll definitely look into that, but I really should get going. So I will talk to you later. Thank you, everyone. It's always a pleasure. It's always a reason I stay up later than I really should every Monday. And it keeps a good record because usually Sundays, because of my weekend schedule, I stay up later than I should on Sunday, so then I'm tired for 2 days in a row. But yeah, take care, everybody.
Take care.